Just 1, 2.
Requirements of Ohio's open meeting law. Notice of this meeting has been publicly posted and major public media has been notified. NOACA conducts its meetings according to Robert's Rule of Order. Actions during this meeting will be taken by voice vote. If any member feels the need to abstain from any vote due to a conflict of interest, he or she should state their intention to abstain when the matter is introduced by the chair for presentation for the record. Subsequently, that member shall not participate in any discussion of the matter for which a conflict exists. According to Robert's rule, absence from a meeting does not require a member to abstain from voting on the minutes. If the member still wishes to abstain, he or she should state their intention for the record. For the benefit of our guests from the public and the recording of this meeting, please be sure to speak into a microphone. The microphones can be turned on and off using the button on top of them. Let's see, meeting minutes of August 15, 2025. Any corrections or additions? Can I have a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Get a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion is approved. Has anyone signed in to speak today? No one. There is none. We will move on to the next agenda item. Is there an executive director's report?
No report, just thank you all for being here. We appreciate it since there's the Opta conference, so I know you're all not usually here. Appreciate it. And we have a quorum, so that's exciting.
Great. There are no action items for today. So we can move on to the presentations. Okay, let's see, we got the 2026 Highway Safety Performance Measure Targets. Kessa Turnbull.
Good morning. I guess I haven't gone first since we started doing all our meetings in here. So I'm here to present on the Highway Safety Performance Measure Targets for calendar year 2026. This is an annual item as targets are required each year. Those of you who were here last year may recall that we adopted a 3.8% annual reduction for 2025. For 2026, we are proposing a 4% reduction across the 5 performance measures. This has already been recommended by the Transportation Subcommittee and Planning and Programming Committee, but we would like to keep you informed and have your support. First, let's start with what an equal annual reduction looks like. In this graph, the estimated fatalities and serious injuries are displayed on the right axis, while the percentage reduction is shown on the left axis. The years range from 2024 to 2050 at the bottom. You can also see that 2026 is circled. The orange line shows the number of non-motorized fatalities and serious injuries reducing year by year, eventually reaching 0 in 2050. The white line represents the annual accumulated reduction, which increases steadily until it reaches 100% reduction in 2050. However, the green line is what's really interesting in this graph. You can see that it starts with gradual reductions before rapidly increasing in the last few years as the absolute number of fatalities and serious injuries decrease. Using a rolling average of the last 5 years of data, the equal annual reduction methodology calculates the yearly reductions needed to achieve 0 by 2050. Since the number of non-motorized fatalities and serious injuries decreases as we approach 2050, the percentages increase each year. The annual reduction percentage depends on 2 consecutive years and not the year value. The year values increase if the rolling average for each measure increases. Unfortunately, this happened for all measures except serious injuries in 2024. For fatalities and their rate per 100 million vehicle miles traveled, our year reduction values are 6.6 and 0.051, bringing our 2026 targets to 159 and 1.23. For serious injuries and their rate, our year values are 50.9 and 0.4, making our targets 1,222 and 9.46. And for non-motorized fatalities and serious injuries, our reduction value is 6.8 with a 2026 target of 163. Now we'll go into a historic view of our region. We'll discuss the reasons behind these numbers in the next couple of slides, but first we want to provide some historical context. Going back to 2012, you can see that until 2014, we were making slow and steady progress on decreasing deaths on our roadways. Then through 2017, there was a steady increase, followed by a decrease in 2018, and an even sharper increase through the COVID period. As roadways began to return to normal in 2022, there was a slight reduction, but it has been climbing steadily since then. We also want to provide some historical context on fatalities and serious injuries of non-motorized users in the NOACA region. Similar to fatalities, from 2012 to 2014, we were also making the same progress on decreasing the deaths of vulnerable road users. Then through 2017, there was a sharp increase, a tiny decrease, and another larger increase, followed by a large decrease in 2018. Since then, deaths and serious injuries of bicyclists and pedestrians have just grown slowly and steadily, other than a minuscule decrease during the onset of COVID. Now for those reasons we discussed. This first red line is just that same fatality and serious injury line you saw on the last slide. This orange line reflects how VMT has evolved over the years. What to notice here is that pre-COVID, it was rising slowly but steadily before plunging during the pandemic when everyone was staying home. It's been gradually rebounding since then, but it still isn't as high as it was in 2019. Finally, this green line represents a rough approximation of the average speeds during this era. From 2012 to 2014, we can see that those deaths and serious injuries were decreasing as discussed. But now I'll tell you that that first increase we covered was due to people using their phones while traveling as cell phones became ubiquitous. As hands-free technology became more common, non-motorized fatalities and serious injuries decreased slightly, but not as much as motorized fatalities, though they had a sharper decrease in 2018. During this period before 2020, speeds had remained roughly steady or even declined slightly as congestion continued to rise. Unfortunately, when the roads emptied, average speeds shot up like a rocket, and despite a gradual return of congestion, more bicyclists and pedestrians have continued to die or have life-changing injuries each year. There has been a slight decrease since congestion started returning, but terrifyingly, nowhere near as much as it increased initially. These aggressively high speeds, along with a resurgence of dangerous behaviors such as being high, buzzed, or distracted while moving, and a societal predisposition towards road rage, are what have caused fatalities and serious injuries to increase in recent years. However, just as we saw with hands-free technology saving lives, as measures like lane departure warnings, automated emergency braking, and pedestrian and cyclist detection become more standard, lives will be saved again. Pending board approval, the Long-Range Transportation Plan and Transportation Improvement Plan highway safety performance targets will be updated. Thank you for your time.
Great, thanks a lot. Does anybody have any questions, any comments? Okay, on to the next. This next one is fiscal year 2028 through 2031, TIP development, potential projects for NOACA funds, presented by Ed May.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. There we go. Yes, this presentation does cover the development of our state fiscal year 2028 to 2031 transportation improvement program, but it's focusing on the process for evaluating potential projects for NOACA funds. No action is being requested today. This is being brought to the advisory council, excuse me, for information and input as we begin to develop our TIP for 28 through 31. Specifically, I'll be going over the process and methodology that we'll use to evaluate potential projects for NOACA-controlled funding in the TIP, not the portion of the TIP that consists of the federal funds controlled by ODOT. There's been no previous action regarding this item. The intent here is to establish the projects recommended for NOACA funds earlier to allow for programming and development to occur sooner. Our TIP is the program of transportation projects to be implemented over a 4-year period. using FHWA and FTA funding. The TIP will contain both NOACA funds and ODOT funded projects. It implements our long-range transportation plan and becomes part of the overall statewide TIP Transportation Improvement Program and is developed every 2 years. The TIP comprises the roadway and transportation alternatives element, which includes projects funded with ODOT district, major, and local federal funding programs, the statewide congestion mitigation and air quality program, and then the NOACA funding programs. Also, it consists of the transit element, which is each transit agency's 4-year capital program. And then there are appendices pertaining to public involvement procedures and then required analyses of financial analysis and fiscal constraint, as well as air quality conformity documentation. Again, we are developing or beginning to develop the 28 through 31 TIP, and that will be presented to our board in March of calendar year 2027. And then will go into effect on July 1st of 2027 through June 30th of 2031. As I mentioned previously, a component of our overall TIP is our program of projects to be funded with NOACA funds. We'll be evaluating potential projects in accordance with the approved methodology to develop the program of projects to be funded by NOACA in state fiscal years 28 through 31. So the traditional funding sources are the Surface Transportation Block Grant Program funding, the Transportation Alternatives Program funding, and the Carbon Reduction Program funding, all of which are directly allocated to NOACA by formula. And then we also have the Congestion Mitigation and Air Quality Program. That's for the projects approved for statewide CMAQ funding. The most recent application round that we had was completed in September of 2025. So the CMAQ funded projects are already established and determined through 2031 rather. So as we evaluate our potential projects in accordance with the approved methodology, we're doing so to elevate and advance projects that best represent the priorities contained in the plan, so that we ultimately advance projects that are consistent with the board priorities and also align with state and federal transportation management initiatives. We have eNeo 2050 Plus, the long-range plan, with many projects in it that will inform this effort, as well as the current bipartisan infrastructure law, which does have focus areas and funding requirements associated with it that we pay attention to as well. So our process for evaluating projects this round will be the very same process that we used for the current TIP in 26 to 29 TIP and have used for the previous 3 TIPs. That methodology and criteria have been recommended by committees with input from the advisory councils and subcommittees to help shape that methodology and criteria, and is supported by the board. The process incorporates our eNeo 2050 Plus plan priorities and policies and initiatives adopted by the board that will also be considered, like our Complete and Green Streets policy, things like that. The methodology involves 5 steps. I'll try to go through these quickly. The first step that we'll follow, that the staff will undertake, will be to develop the potential project universe. Next step would be to screen those deficiencies and needs against the eNeo 2050 Plus priorities and established policies. Step 3 will involve coordination with our regional transportation agencies and all our communities and the 5 county engineers in the city of Cleveland. Step 4 will then be to filter the top 25% of the transportation asset management projects or the preservation projects, and then we'll evaluate the qualifying projects against the regional significance criteria and other considerations for project prioritization. So the universe of projects that will be evaluated is derived from the eNeo 2050 Plus minor and major constrained and illustrative lists containing those projects that maintain, enhance, or expand the transportation system, plans, programs, policies, and projects to implement the strategies outlined in the plan, transportation asset management, and our safety and congestion priority locations and initiatives, and also projects ultimately submitted from local communities and regional transit agencies, all with a target year of construction or equivalent through plan year 2031. And then we'll screen the universe to align with the We Neo 2050 plus plan. So the screens will be applied to these projects that align with the plan priorities for each project type. For example, looking at the pavements and see if they align with the Transportation Asset Management Program. Generally, we're looking at pavement condition ratings of 65 or less, and a half a mile or more in length, and between about 500,000 and 11.9 million in estimated total cost. Then we'll look at bridge priorities. They'll be screened based on bridge condition data, the general appraisal of less than 4, whether it's structurally deficient and or functionally obsolete. Then we will look at these against our congestion and safety lists, whether they align with identified congested corridors and locations and strategies in the congestion management plan and signal timing optimization program. We'll also be looking at safety projects, signing, guardrail, intersection improvements, roundabouts, signalization, projects and programs that enhance safety for all users. And we also want to look at these and align them with the identified safety plans that we have, like the Transportation Safety Action Plan, the Safe Routes to School plans, and SAVE plans. So then we also want to consider regionally significant projects that are projects that are important to regional economy and regional travel and destinations. The screens will also be applied to transit asset management, primarily rolling stock and vehicle replacements. The board has committed NOACA funding to both of those. Facility improvements, transit operations, new or improved service, and we'll also screen proposed transportation alternatives for alignment with TLCI planning studies and Safe Routes to School travel plans. So we're looking at all of these things to see what is lined up or what overlaps with the initial pavement condition ratings. So once these screens and filters are applied to the universe of projects, we want to get with the communities to review the needs that we have and then make sure that they're in alignment with what the community's capital and other plans are suggesting. So we'll coordinate with the regional and local partners to review the screen tip universe of projects against their priorities and provide input. They'll have the opportunity to recommend revisions or additional projects. We will send out letters to communities requesting the review of the projects with respect to scope, schedule, and budget, and also noting projects that either have been completed or are planned to be completed so that we don't duplicate any efforts. We'll meet in person with the county engineers, City of Cleveland, GCRTA, and Lake Tran. And we will be conducting these meetings throughout the months of February through April. Following the coordination with the partners, we'll proceed to get the universe of projects down to a more manageable number because we're likely going to have probably about $2 or $3 billion worth of projects and a number of qualifying projects. So to do this, we'll follow the same methodology we've used in the past. That first action of the methodology will be to filter the top 25% of the TAM preservation projects and then apply each county's respective percentage of the regional vehicle miles traveled to get a representative or target number of deficiencies for each county. Then we'll sort that by cost effectiveness within each county, add in all other qualifying project types and including safety, congestion, regionally significant transit, and transportation alternatives. Finally, we will then evaluate these qualifying projects against regional significance criteria based on regional connectivity factors that evaluate whether a roadway provides access to a facility with a multi-county or a regional impact, or perhaps a county impact or a community impact. And we'll be looking at these roadways in terms of how important that roadway is to regional travel and regional destinations, getting people to and from where they need to get to. And if a road addresses a deficiency or improves access to things like job centers, educational and governmental institutions, or medical centers, intermodal facilities, that is how it supports other modes of travel, and also cultural, sports, or entertainment venues. And we'll assign 1 point to each of those categories, not necessarily all of them. From, again, looking at this from a regional or a county or a community level perspective. So this here is the, this table has the types of facility and their respective weight factors for a potential maximum score of 11. And then we will look at also the plan relationship, how these projects align with our or NOACA's adopted plans and initiatives. For example, we may have a roadway deficiency identified, but we also know that roadway might have an identified or documented safety or congestion need. It might carry a transit arterial fixed routes or be important to transit-oriented development type of planning or implementation maybe down the road. It also might align with an existing or a WE NEO 2050 plus recommended, planned, or proposed bicycle facility. Additionally, we'll look at projects against recommendations that have come out of completed Safe Routes to School travel plans or TLCI planning studies, and also recommended pedestrian improvements like smart crossings or mid-block crossings and signalized intersections. And then we'll take these deficiencies and essentially be layering on NOACA's other planning aspects to make sure that these projects could be as complete as they could be, and that we're looking at all aspects of what the benefit could look like for that project, and then prioritizing it accordingly. Another consideration for qualifying projects is the potential opportunity to incorporate complete and green streets components or elements into the project. All roads are required to consider this in their design development process. Complete streets to safely and comfortably accommodate all users. I just want to note one thing. For projects that are limited to resurfacing or other types of maintenance type activities, it's recommended that things like pavement striping, crosswalks, signage, or other low-cost bicycle and pedestrian measures still be considered. And then we have green streets to integrate sustainable green infrastructure components to improve water quality and reduce water runoff volumes. Additional valuation factors and considerations applied to the qualifying projects will relate to community benefit and fairness to ensure that the money that NOACA is investing promotes and encourages a fair distribution of our funds and the benefit associated with our funding. And so we're looking at noting what is located within or provides access to urban core communities, disadvantaged communities, areas of persistent poverty, making sure that that's a priority consideration as well. Finally, we would also look at the potential to adopt or incorporate other technology or concepts such as strengthening mobility and revolutionizing transportation or smart corridors, or if there is or will be EV charging stations along that corridor. So that is how the lenses that we look through when we're looking at these projects, excuse me. So this slide shows the planned development schedule for the projects recommended for NOACA funding. So we're going to work with the advisory councils and the subcommittees throughout the process to evaluate potential projects for NOACA funds in accordance with our methodology. We'll be doing that through months of February through June of calendar year 2026. Ultimately, we will present project recommendations to the advisory councils in May of 2026, the Transportation Subcommittee in June, also the BACCAC, RAC, and ELAC for information in June, and then to the Planning and Programming Committee in July for recommendation, Executive Committee in August, and then finally to the Board of Directors for their approval in September of calendar year 2026. Staff would then work with the project sponsors to finalize the scope and the schedule and the budgets of these projects, generally throughout the months of September through December of 2026. So those then would be considered along with all the other ODOT funded projects as we move towards that overall TIP development and approval in March of calendar year 2027. Staff will prepare and provide transportation system needs and the deficiencies for community and agency review and input. We're in the process of assembling that now. The input that we get from the councils will be utilized by staff in its evaluation of potential projects for NOACA funding, and then project funding recommendations will be presented to the council at the May meeting. And finally, the final draft TIP, the 28 through 31 TIP, will be presented to the Planning and Programming Committee at their January 2027 meeting for adoption, board adoption in March of calendar year 2027. Thank you.
Thanks, Ed. Does anybody have any questions? I'd like to just make one comment as the ODOT representative who does the programming. It's nice to see all the coordination that's listed, like in step 3 with the locals and in discussing their budgets and needs before the implementation. It was nice to see that.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay. Up next, state fiscal year 2026 TLCI program applications presented by Leah Telepak.
Good morning. I'm going to present to you today the applications that we received for this round, state fiscal year 2026. Most of you are probably familiar with the program, but just a quick background. The purpose of TLCI, or Transportation for Livable Communities, is to improve the livability of Northeast Ohio communities, support the vision of NOACA's Regional Strategic Plan and Long-Range Transportation Plan, provide federal funding assistance to local communities, and support planning that leads to implementation. This round, we opened the applications on August 15th, and we closed them on October 10th. We did both planning and implementation this round. We received 5 planning study requests totaling $680,000, and we received 14 implementation requests totaling $6.28 million. The applicants virtually presented their projects to NOACA staff late October through mid-November, and project solicitation and evaluation is conducted in accordance with the TLCI policy. Our program budget is $2 million. So no action is requested. This item is for presentation and discussion, and there's been no prior action. Here is the slate of planning study applications we received this round, 5 totaling the $680,000, and I'll go through each one to kind of give you a little synopsis of each. So the city of Elyria applied for $150,000 planning study to evaluate complete street solutions, multimodal transportation, and enhancement opportunities in 3 key areas. And those 3 key areas are shown on the map and also in your packet. GCRTA applied for planning. Their plan proposed is called Pathways to Transit, First Last Mile Connections to Transit Stations, for $125,000. Or excuse me, the NOACA request is $100,000. And this study would go along GCRTA's Red Line heavy rail from Puritas Station to East Cleveland, and also the blue and green light rail trunk line, studying a total of 19 stations. Liverpool Township submitted for their Valley City Business Corridor Study, requesting $150,000 to study their downtown Valley City from Leicester Road to Columbia Road, or State Route 252, connecting to their park. They'd like to evaluate possible safety measures to implement for pedestrians and cyclists specifically. Mentor on the Lake submitted an application for their multimodal facilities plan requesting $120,000 to improve bicycle and pedestrian access to amenities while improving safety for vulnerable users. And if you can see in that yellow highlighted area is their study area. Lastly, for planning study applications, Solon submitted for their downtown Solon multipurpose trail downtown core segment. They're requesting $160,000 to study their downtown core, primarily along Aurora Road and Solon Road between Somme Center Road and Ports Parkway. And the study would be to enhance pedestrian and cyclist access in that area. As previously mentioned, we received 14 implementation applications. So here's the first 7 that we received from various entities and their funding request. And then here's the second half. And this is also in your packet. And I'll go briefly over each one as well. The City of Bay Village submitted for implementation for Cahoon Huntington Safe Passage Connector Trail. They're requesting $148,000 to construct a 1,022-foot long, 12-foot wide asphalt multi-use trail with high visibility ADA compliant midsection crosswalk with RRFBs between Huntington Reservation and the existing trail system in Cahoon Park. And you can see there, the yellow section is their proposed trail that would link the existing Metro Parks trail in green and then their future funding trail, which is in blue. The City of Bedford submitted their Viaduct Commons Connector Trail requesting $436,000 to install an 1,800-foot long, 10-foot wide asphalt trail on the east side of Willis, running southeast from Bedford Commons to Viaduct Park. This would include 5 ADA ramps, the relocation of 4 hydrants, 1 utility pole, 50 feet of storm sewer pipe, and 8 new streetlights and some landscaping. So this project they're proposing, they've submitted before, and it is to connect the various parks that they have around there and provide a pedestrian and cyclist friendly path. The City of Cleveland submitted their Euclid Beach Connector Trail access improvement, requesting $316,000 for a raised mid-block high visibility crosswalk with a pedestrian refuge island and overhead pedestrian activated beacons with a trail extension within the right-of-way between Lakeshore Boulevard and Shore Access Drive. So you can see that red star is where they're proposing to put that that raised crosswalk just to connect sidewalks to planned trailhead that will be in the yellow there. Cleveland Heights submitted for their Taylor Road Phase 3. This is the last phase of their Taylor Road project. They're requesting $183,000 for about a 2/3 mile south from Meadowbrook Road to Fairmont Boulevard intersection, including advisory bike lanes, crosswalk enhancements, speed humps, and signage. So again, this is their final phase of a safety project that they've been working on Taylor Road to provide more cycling and pedestrian access and some traffic calming measures. Grand River Village submitted for their Grand River Street restoration. They're requesting $527,000 for a gateway sign at Heisley Road, some curbs, bump outs, gutters, sidewalks, street trees, and curb bump outs, at Olive Street, pedestrian and bicycle access to their trail, safety striping on railways, new crosswalks, banners, and street signs. So this project is just to focus on a more placemaking sense, as people often drive past the River Village Road. I think that's Olive Street, not knowing that their little town is there. So they're hoping to kind of attract more and provide more safety for pedestrians, as there are no sidewalks currently. Lake Trans submitted for their Vine Street Corridor Streetscaping Phase 1, requesting $1.5 million for improvements in 3 cities, Eastlake, Willowick, and Willoughby, that will all include streetlight and walkway enhancements. The City of Lorraine submitted for their Sunset Pier Park Trailhead, requesting $500,000, and it would include the installation of a paved parking area with some ADA parking spaces and connection to a newly installed sidewalk. So the area outlined in red is their project area they're applying for. City of North Olmsted submitted for their Lorraine Road multi-use connector, requesting $953,000 for a 0.85-mile multi-use path along the north side of Lorraine Road from Stearns to Porter Road. This would be they proposed a 10-foot wide path for cyclists and pedestrians. There's a school nearby, there's a library nearby, so they're hoping to provide a better connection. The City of North Royalton submitted their State Road Sidewalk Turnpike Bridge to Valley Parkway project, requesting $216,000 to install approximately 460 linear feet of 5-foot wide sidewalk along the western side of State Road, beginning at the southern end of the Turnpike Bridge and extending south to Valley Parkway. They've also submitted this project in past rounds, and the Turnpike Bridge, that was incomplete in past years, but it is now complete. So their project of connecting a sidewalk will actually connect to a sidewalk on the bridge now. The City of Painesville submitted for their Main Street Safety and Streetscape Enhancement Project, requesting $375,000. The project includes crosswalk enhancements, reconfiguration of intersections, and bump outs on East Main Street from State to Mill. City of Parma Heights proposed their West 130th Street Corridor Streetscape Transit Weighting Enhancement Project. They're requesting $360,000 to replace areas of 4-foot wide sidewalk with 6-foot wide sidewalk, enhanced high visibility crosswalks, and transit waiting environments with stamped concrete, benches, bike racks, and trash receptacles. I know that's hard to see in the picture, but there's various colors representing where they'd like to implement these amenities. The City of Richmond Heights submitted their Chardon Road Corridor Project, requesting $310,000 for improvements to Chardon Road East Corridor between Chardon View Slip Lane and Cuyahoga County Line, removal of 1 dual span wire signal, install ADA compliant high visibility crosswalks at Brush and Chardon View, add lane buffers, and new striping to reduce lane widths on Brush. So that picture there, there's a lighter gray line that is Chardon View. They're going to make that not a through street because they've had some, I think somebody was well, maybe not recently, but killed there, unfortunately. So they'd like to make that not a through street to prevent people from just speeding through that. And then they would take a signal down up at the top at Brush Road to kind of help that flow a little bit better. And that's also quite a large intersection. So they're going to, I think, make it more easy to walk across if you're a pedestrian. Sorry, this is a lot. Okay. The City of Rocky River submitted their Center Ridge East Gateway project, requesting $300,000 for improvements along their Center Ridge Road from Linden Road to Wooster Road, including reduced paving areas, reconfiguring entrances, and a possible center median. Lastly, we have Shaker Heights for their Lee Road Complete Street project. They're requesting $150,000 for part of the Lee Road Action Plan improvements south of Van Inken, including pedestrian amenities, lighting, sidewalks, wayfinding, and streetscaping. This is a portion of their larger Lee Road project that they've been working on for a while now. So next steps, any input received from the councils will be included in the staff evaluation of the projects. Staff will present recommendations to Planning and Programming Committee in January, and the Board of Directors is anticipated to make their final recommendations in March. Thank you.
Great, thanks a lot, Leah. Anybody have any questions? Any comments? Okay. Last presentation, Lorraine East 28th Street Corridor TLCI Study Update, presented by Rob Woolhorn.
Good morning. As an appropriate follow-up to Leah's presentation, I will show you the current status of a TLCI study that is presently ongoing. There's no action requested. Previously, actually, there was previous action. Ali Makarachi presented the status of this project at the August meeting. Our project goals include improving traffic safety, improving livability, encouraging development of vacant sites, and growing community vitality through economic, social, and cultural growth. Here you see an example of a complete street intended to serve all road users and all modes of travel. Example components here are a high visibility crosswalk, a high intensity activated crosswalk beacon, protected bike lanes protected by bollards, a pedestrian refuge island, and landscape sidewalk buffers. Here you see the study area. It's a 2 1/3 mile long corridor of East 28th Street in South Lorraine, for which a road redesign is being developed, plus a half-mile surrounding the corridor for contextual analysis. The project consists of 4 phases, the first of which, data collection and existing conditions analysis, is complete, and the second is nearing completion, where we're developing alternatives, project alternatives. I'll briefly go back over the first phase, which you've seen last time that Dr. Makarachi presented. In the first phase, we collected a lot of data on the study area that would help us create recommendations for improvements and examine existing conditions. Some of the data we collected included crash and pavement condition data to determine segments or intersections that may require special attention. We looked at how people use the corridor to travel using every mode possible. Here we show the transit service, and presently it's served by 2 Lorain County transit lines with only a few buses per day on each. Lorain County Transit currently lacks any connection to GCRTA or Cuyahoga County. So we have to consider things like a lack of bus shelters, benches for transit riders. Oops. Where am I? Location of crosswalks near bus stops and number of people using these stops. Here are a couple of examples of transit stops that are on the corridor right now. You can see there are no benches, no amenities for people waiting, and in fact, there are pedestrian facilities nearby that for transit users that are a little bit lacking, being that the crosswalks are faded and the sidewalks have some overgrown segments, and it's a lot of room for improvement. Here's another look at the pedestrian facilities on the corridor. We perform site visits to assess the quality and condition of the infrastructure to determine what improvements would be possible. As you can see here, the existing sidewalks and curb ramp are overgrown in some areas. Crosswalks are not very visible with the parallel line style crosswalks instead of the more accepted these days zebra crosswalks that are more highly visible and effective for safety. There's only one bike lane in the study area currently on East 31st Street. It's just a conventional lane with no buffer or barrier protecting cyclists. There's a park on East 31st and a few other destinations, but the bike lane clearly attracts bike traffic because it, as you can see, it has the highest volumes of any of the parallel streets in the study area. Indicates that there's probably latent demand on commercial streets like East 28th. NOACA uses a level of traffic stress scale to rate roadway segments on how stressful they are to ride a bike on. Due to low traffic volumes, most of the East 28th corridor is deemed to have an LTS value of 2, being comfortable for most adult cyclists. The segments on the east and west ends of the corridor, however, are the most stressful on the corridor and have LTS values of 3 or 4, preventing many cyclists from using the corridor, or from other people being tempted to use cycling as a mode of transportation to reach destinations in the study area or on the corridor. As mentioned previously, redevelopment of vacant land and economic and cultural growth are among the project goals. While the study is focused on transportation is a necessary component of facilitating development and economic activity. The likelihood, amount, and types of redevelopment and growth are influenced heavily by the transportation environment. Thus, project recommendations should have placemaking, development, and social and cultural context in mind. It's also important to stay consistent with and support the goals of existing plans like the Lorraine Active Transportation Plan, Lorraine County Community Health Assessment, the Southside Gateway Community Plan, which was a land use plan and business redevelopment plan adopted recently. And Lorraine County Transit is going to start their new plan coming up. We were hoping that we would be able to work more in conjunction with them, but unfortunately that has not been the case. So we had public meeting number 1 in June, where we brought our phase 1 findings to the community, along with examples of complete street elements that might be solutions to concerns they have. Community members helped to fill in the gaps of our existing conditions assessment with local knowledge and provided input regarding particular areas of concern that might not have been flagged from our data analysis. So presently, we are nearing the end of phase 2. We plan to present project alternatives to the community in January after the holidays. During phase 2, we were able to supplement some of the traffic count data that we had previously to bolster and improve the analysis based on areas of concern that the community highlighted or that we had targeted based on analysis of the crash data and just gaps of counts that we thought we might have had. We have now completed analyzing those counts, but we have learned that they are consistent with the travel demand model estimates in terms of congestion, which show that essentially congestion on the corridor is not an issue, and road diet would be feasible. In fact, it would be useful for serving more amenities, which we show in our project alternatives. Here's data collected from Ohio Department of Transportation's Traffic and Operations Assessment Systems Tool, or TOAST, which creates a score for how well a segment of road functions based on several metrics. East 28th has overall scores in the low to mid 70% range, with eastbound performing slightly higher than westbound. This indicates good overall function with some room for improvement. Of the categories of metrics in the TOAST score, safety has the lowest composite score for the corridor. The lowest overall metric score is in incident clearance, which is clearly tied to the crash incidents that are dragging down the safety scores. So putting that together, it's clear that reducing crashes and improving safety would be the best way to improve the TOAST score and the holistic function of the corridor. Putting all the data collection and analysis together, we've developed project alternatives. On the left, you can see the existing configurations of the street sections, and then in the western and eastern portion of the corridor, which are different and divided by Fulton. On the right side, we show a minimalist alternative, keeping existing car and parking lane configurations, but slimming the lanes down to make room for bike lanes. Here we have some more in-depth alternatives where we've have implemented a road diet and reduced the 4 travel lanes to 2 with a 2-way left turn lane. And that opens up many more design options. We are working through what's possible, safe and effective for segments and intersections, and sifting through our traffic counts and speed data and used that to target intersections and segments of road that would be appropriate based on turn movements and other things that were monitored. In phase 3, we'll go about narrowing down our alternatives to recommendations for the final report. Since this is the Transit Council, I would be remiss if I did not point out that in our WeNeo 2050 plus scenario, where heavy transit investment is made, there's a BRT corridor on East 28th Street. So we show here some sections of street what that might look like should that be implemented. To be honest, I doubt that this is going to be a recommendation in the report, just based on present priorities in the region and nationally. However, in a future study, this may be tapped into, and we may be looking at a BRT line that would connect Lorraine to Cuyahoga County. We will continue to update you as the project progresses. As I stated, we will have our next public meeting to present these alternatives in January. And from there, we will narrow down our alternatives to project recommendations for the 3rd phase. And then the final phase will be outlining implementation of those recommendations. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Rob. Does anybody have any questions or any comments? Okay. Are there any reports or updates?
Yeah, I can report GCRTA received NEPA approval. Oh, sorry. GCRTA received NEPA approval for our Metro Health to BRT project. So we're excited about that. We're nearing 90% design right now.
Great. Is there any old business? Any new business? Okay, can I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Excellent. Can I get a second? Fantastic. All in favor? Aye. All right. Meeting is adjourned. Thanks.
with notification requirements of Ohio's open meeting law, notice of this meeting has been publicly posted and major public media has been notified. NOACA conducts its meetings according to Robert's Rules of Order. Actions during the meeting will be taken by voice vote. If any member feels the need to abstain from any vote due to a conflict of interest, he or she should state their intention to abstain when the matter is introduced by the chair for presentation, for the record. Subsequently, that member shall not participate in any discussion of the matter for which a conflict exists. According to Robert's rules, absence from a meeting does not require a member to abstain from voting on the minutes. If the member still wishes to abstain, he or she should state their intention for the record. For the benefit of our guests from the public and in the recording of the meeting, please be sure to speak into the microphone. The microphones can be turned on and off using the button on the top of them. Now I'm going to move on to the approval of minutes from August 15th of 2025. Are there any corrections or additions? Great. Can I have a motion to approve? Thank you. A second?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor? Any opposed? The motion is approved. Do we have any public comments? We do not have any public comments today. We'll move on to the Chair and Executive Director's report. Is there an Executive Director's report?
Nope, not this morning. Thank you.
No problem, thank you. Moving on to action items. There are no action items for today's meeting. So now we're at presentation. The first one up is 2026 Highway Safety Performance Measure Targets by Kessa. Thank you.
Good morning. Oops, can you hear me? Okay, good. Always have to make sure I get this short enough down. I'm here to present on the Highway Safety Performance Measure targets for calendar year 2026. This is an annual item as targets are required each year. Those of you who were here last year may recall that we adopted a 3.8% annual reduction for 2025. For 2026, we are proposing a 4% reduction across the 5 performance measures. This has already been recommended by the Transportation Subcommittee and Planning and Programming Committee, so we're just keeping you in the loop and asking for your support. First, let's start with what an equal annual reduction looks like. In this graph, the estimated non-motorized fatalities and serious injuries are displayed on the right axis, while the percentage reduction is shown on the left axis. The years range from 2024 to 2050 at the bottom. You can also see that 2026 is circled. The orange line shows the number of non-motorized fatalities and serious injuries reducing year by year, eventually reaching 0 in 2050. The white line represents the annual accumulated reduction, which increases steadily until it reaches 100% reduction in 2050. However, the green line is what's really interesting in this graph. You can see that it starts with gradual reductions before rapidly increasing in the last few years as the absolute numbers of fatalities and serious injuries decrease. Using a rolling average of the last 5 years of data, the equal annual reduction methodology calculates the yearly reductions needed to achieve 0 by 2050. Since the number of non-motorized fatalities and serious injuries decreases as we approach 2050, the percentages increase each year. The annual reduction percentage depends on the 2 consecutive years and not the year value. The year values increase if the rolling average for each measure increases. Unfortunately, this happened for all the measures except the serious injuries and the serious injury rate for 2024. For fatalities and their rate per 100 million VMT, we are looking at reduction values of 6.6 and 0.051 for 2026 targets of 159 for 1.23. For serious injuries and their rate, we're looking at year values of 50.9 and 0.4 for targets of 1,222 and 9.46. And for non-motorized fatalities and serious injuries, we're looking at an year value of 6.8 and a target of 163. We'll discuss the reasons behind these numbers in the next slide, but first we want to provide some historical context on fatalities and serious injuries of non-motorized users in the NOACA region. Going back to 2012, you can see that until 2014, we were making slow and steady progress on decreasing deaths of vulnerable road users. Then through 2017, there was a sharp increase, a tiny decrease, and another larger increase, followed by a large decrease in 2018. Since then, deaths and serious injuries of bicyclists and pedestrians have just grown slowly and steadily, other than a minuscule decrease during the onset of COVID when everyone was locked down. Now for those reasons we discussed. This first red line is just that same fatality and serious injury line you saw on the last slide. This orange line reflects how VMT has evolved over the years. What to notice here is that pre-COVID, it was rising slowly but steadily before plunging during the pandemic when everyone was staying home. It's been gradually rebounding since then, but it still isn't as high as it was in 2019. Finally, this green line represents a rough approximation of the average speeds during this era. Once again, we start with the improvement from 2012 to 2014. Now I'll tell you that the first increase we covered was due to people using their phones while traveling as cell phones became ubiquitous. As hands-free technology became more common, non-motorized fatalities and serious injuries decreased slightly, but not as much as motorized fatalities, though they had a sharper decrease in 2018. During this period before 2020, speeds had remained roughly steady or even declined slightly as congestion continued to rise. Unfortunately, when the roads emptied, average speeds shot up like a rocket, and despite a gradual return of congestion, more bicyclists and pedestrians have continued to die or have life-changing injuries each year. There has been a slight decrease since congestion started returning, but terrifyingly nowhere near as much as it increased initially. These aggressively high speeds, along with a resurgence of dangerous behaviors such as being high, buzzed, or distracted while moving, and a societal predisposition towards road rage, are what have caused non-motorized fatalities and serious injuries to increase in recent years. However, just as we saw with hands-free technology saving lives, as measures like lane departure warnings, automated emergency braking, and pedestrian and cyclist detection become more standard, lives will be saved again. Pending board approval, the Long-Range Transportation Plan and Transportation Improvement Plan safety-related targets will be updated. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Kessa. Any questions for Kessa at this time? Good, Scott?
Do you have 2025 numbers?
Since 2025 isn't complete yet, it's not included in this. So far for the state, it's been going down. For our region, there's been a lot of variety. The outlying counties are showing a bit more improvement, but Cuyahoga and Cleveland are still seem to be heading red in the wrong direction. But I want to give that a major disclaimer of that's a very informal observation just based on my checking in on it every now and then as the year progresses.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions for Kessa? All right, thank you, Kessa. Appreciate it. Next up, we have Sam Swikert, Bike NEO Mapping App Update.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. My name is Sam Schweikert, and I'll be providing an update on the Bike NEO Mapping app. There's no action being requested at this time. This item is for presentation and information only, and there's no previous action. A little background, in December of 2024, NOACA contracted with Tierra Plan to develop an interactive application that will enable users to conduct bike trip planning on a desktop computer or mobile device. And here are some updates. So the current interface that we've gotten to up to this point now includes an interactive bike network map searching, different map layers, and bike tips that came from the old NOACA paper maps. So the idea of this app is to support route assignment from origin to destination by preferred NOACA LTS, level of traffic stress. The origin and destination can be one of two options. It can be door to door, or it could be neighborhood to neighborhood. So door to door takes you exactly from current location, and then if you know the address of exactly where you want to go, then that method is great for you. The neighborhood to neighborhood method is good for maybe you don't know the exact destination, so maybe more an exploratory bike trip. So you just kind of want to put in a neighborhood you want to head to, but not a specific place. So we kind of just have these two different options to for the user to choose. So all the following slides are going to be screenshots of what this application can look and feel like, both on the phone and desktop. So what you're looking at now is just similar to kind of a Google Maps screen. Has the blank background map there with your simple buttons on the bottom and on the right-hand side. This is essentially that same screen, but on the desktop. So you have a much larger, wider map and view, and the buttons are moved to the left-hand side. Also pretty similar to Google Maps, Google Earth, and such. So the different layers on the map menu, you can see under rider skill, you have the LTS options, you have the off-street bikeways for trails and paths, different rail lines, and the rail stations. And then you also have different features like bicycle shops, campgrounds, trailheads, and bike repair stations that might be handy to know where those are along your ride. So to kind of see those layers work in action a little bit, you can see on the left-hand side, check off the box for rail lines, rail stations, and the features. And then on the right-hand side, you can see those showing up. You can see the waterfront line, you can see the red line, you can see the two bike shops shown. I believe that's Joy Machines and Ohio City Bicycle Co-op there. Different repair stations. You can see the little repair station that's outside of Jukebox there. So we're working to include as many of these different locations that people might want to go to as we can. So again, this is that same screen, but just on the desktop version in a slightly different area. Went a little more west. So again, you can see the whole LTS network is laid out there because all the LTS levels are checked off on the left-hand side, which you can see. So this is kind of what the searching for a location would look like on the phone. You can either do it two ways. You can either just type in the name of the shop or location or store or wherever you're going, or the address, which you can see on the leftmost picture, and then in the middle kind of shows what it looks like once it found what you're looking for, and it brings up a little dialog box. Or we're planning to have a featured places menu, so maybe good for someone that's new to the area. They can just kind of browse different featured places that they might want to ride their bike to. And again, this is kind of just those same screens, but what they would look like on the desktop version, this much wider view. This is just the featured places menu on the desktop, kind of pretty similar. Like I said, we're including the bike tips that we had included on our paper maps, which includes kind of the explanation of the different levels of traffic stress, and then various just how to safely ride a bike and navigate how to turn and such like that. There's different information in those pull-down menus. Just what it looks like on the desktop again. Sorry, I'm not sure if I'm going too fast here, but. So this is when doing the neighborhood to neighborhood routes, if desired. This is kind of this routing method uses transportation analysis zones, known as TAZs, which you don't need to know like what TAZ you're necessarily in. It can automatically know that, but if you just kind of know the general area of where you're wanting to go, you can choose that, and you can see on the right-hand side, it will highlight it'll outline the TAZ that you're in. The green is the origin, the red is the destination, and the dot is where you are in that TAZ. This method does start and end at the center of the origin TAZ and destination TAZ. So yeah, so again, like I said earlier, this might be good if you don't know exactly where you are going and kind of need to do a little poking around and kind of want to explore. And then this is kind of what that would look like on the desktop version. And then for the door-to-door route, you can select your destination, so you can go to the map and just click or just choose your current location, which to click on the map and select the location, you would click on the little hand icon next to the select your start location and select your destination boxes. Different ways you can type your location, you can choose it on the map, different ways to do that. And then in the middle screen, it lays out your route for you, gives you the distance, and then turn-by-turn directions are included in the picture on the right. Pretty similar to Google Maps. And then again, that same screen, what that would look like on the desktop. And I forgot to point out on the left-hand side in the dialog box for the LTS, that is currently selected as a 3 because you can see the larger highlighted circle is next to the third option down. So at any point you can change that. You can bring that up to 2 or 1 or down to a 4. So I just wanted to point that out. So I just wanted to say that, nothing in this is final, and we are listening to input and considering all input. We're always open to feedback and comments. So I just wanted to say that moving forward. The project budget is $118,830. And staff will continue to provide updates as app development progresses, and the app is planned to launch in spring of 2026. We do hope to have, when this is ready for public comment, we do hope to have an option in the app where people can leave comments, whether it's about an LTS score or just maybe a bike repair station is no longer there, or you see one that we don't have, that you'd be able to make your comment in the app and kind of drop a pin where you are, so we can really take an in-depth look at comments from all the people that would be using this. So are there any questions? I'm happy to go back to any of the previous screens or anything.
Thank you, Sam. Sarah, you had a question?
Yeah,
Go
I
ahead.
have 2 questions. The first one is, you have the shapefile of repair stations, bike shops and stuff. Is that publicly accessible, or can it be made, like the shapefile of it be made publicly
Sorry,
accessible?
which shapefile?
The one with the bike shops and the repair stations and stuff?
Do we have that?
Well, I guess. it
We've
was-
just been, yes, we've been kind of building a collection of, it's kind of harder than we thought to get like a comprehensive list of all of these. So it's kind of an ever growing list. So yeah, we are working on it, but are you asking like to share, like, or just your?
I would be very interested in that being publicly accessible or usable by us in some way, because as you said, it's very difficult to get. all
Okay.
that.
Yeah, yeah, it's still very much a work in progress, but I'm happy to share what we have. Yeah.
Cool, awesome. And then my second question is you said that people would be able to give feedback on like other bike shops or things to add to it. Will people be able to give feedback on like the LTS? Like sometimes the formula, like you ride a street and it doesn't feel quite the way that the formula said it should feel.
Yeah.
So will people have a chance to give input?
Yes, we would be we would be open to comments on any aspect of the app, kind of specifically, yeah, to the LTS. You know, we want to ground truth that and make sure that it is what it should be. And we don't want people riding on a road that is more stressful than they are wanting to endure.
Thanks, Sam.
I don't know exactly how that process will work, but that is the goal. So
Thank you. We have another comment?
Yes, I just had a question on, it looks like it's OpenStreetMap that's running the background, but there are things like, it seemed like some of the parks were missing, things like that. Is there an override?
Sorry
that
to cut
can
you off
use?
real quick. Can you speak a little closer to the mic?
Sure.
We're having a little.
Sorry.
Thank you.
It looks like it's all running off of OpenStreetMap, but is there a way to override some of it? Some of the parks are missing, just a quick notice that I made. Or is it just you're using the background as the background?
that is a good comment. I don't want to misspeak. I don't know exactly why that is, but I'll make a note of that and make sure that that's addressed.
I think Rob's coming up for an assist.
The base map is not part of the background of the system, so if if there's a park that you search for, it should be able to read that theoretically. But if it's missing from the base map, that doesn't mean it's missing from the underlying data set. If that answers your question.
Sorry, can you speak? Thank you.
But it won't show as the green, but you would be able to search it under name.
Yes, you would be able to search it under the name.
Is
We
there-
could theoretically work on switching the base map if you find it very inadequate, but we'd have to discuss that with the consultant, because I know they've worked on the colors and making them you know, accessible to people with disabilities and whatnot. So it's a little bit of a lift, but if you find that to be very inadequate, then we would be happy to hear that comment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments, questions? Sure, down, go ahead.
Yeah, couple things.
A little closer.
Sorry, yeah. Hi. Couple things. So first of all, does the routing only take into account LTS, or does it take into account to like topography or like slope for kind of the ability of a rider?
I heard topography. I don't think the LTS methodology in itself considers topology. Yeah. I do not believe the LTS score itself does factor in topology. So with that being said, I do not believe the LTS score being provided. No, I don't think. Yeah, I don't think that's impacting the LTS, but I am not positive on that. I'll get back to you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yeah, sure, Grace.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I know I don't often come to BPAC meetings, so it's nice to be here and nice to see so many familiar faces. This sounds like a really fun group, actually. Thanks for listening to the presentation on the Bike Map app, and this is a really important project for us. Thank you, Sam, for providing all that detail. It is important for us to hear from you. And if you're not prepared to give us some feedback now, certainly send it in to Who would it go to? You, Sam, or Rob, or
Rob first, and it'll
Um,
trickle down.
or whomever? We'll get it to the right person here. I did want you to think about two things. One is the level of stress. And so level of stress was added to our bike maps. Actually, after I got here, we did not have them. I used the idea, I'm a skier, I'm not a biker, but the idea of blue, green, or black diamonds. So, the circles, the squares, the black diamonds, putting that onto the bike maps in order to help people understand what would be best for them to undertake. Similar to skiing, I imagine, if I am a beginner and I'm going to my beginner hill, but it's really a black diamond, even though it says it's a beginning hill, that's very dangerous, very dangerous. And we need to really be cognizant of that. So we have criteria that we've used to identify the level of stress, but we need more feedback on that. We think of this in two phases. The first phase is while we're developing it, you can give us feedback. And then secondly, and maybe I need to ask this of my team, I just saw this, we had this conversation yesterday and I thought of some things. But are we gonna have a beta version that will be tested?
Yes, that
Yeah,
is
so in the
plan.
beta version, you should give us feedback on that, so you can look and see what we have. And then even after we are completed with the Bike Map app and it is available for use in the community, we will have some mechanism, although as Rob said, we haven't figured out exactly what it will look like, but we will have a mechanism that you can actually put in feedback on the app live, meaning you just took a bike ride and we said it was a beginner, but it's really a black diamond. And so let us know that. Or if you find a new facility that's helpful, we can map it. So those are the kind of the two things that we think would be very helpful for us. And then also, when it comes to the neighborhoods, as I was reviewing this, I noticed a limitation on the neighborhood to neighborhood that I want to present to this council for some feedback on. And again, I'm not a bicyclist, so I don't know. But our current limitation, as you note in the disclaimer, is 5 miles. So neighborhood to neighborhood must be within 5 miles. Can be anywhere in the region. So it can be Wadsworth to wherever in Medina, but it's only 5 miles. My initial reaction was 5 miles is not enough. I don't know. Is it enough? Is it too much? And what should be a neighborhood to a neighborhood? So I would appreciate some feedback on that and thinking through, what's a neighborhood in Cleveland might be 5 miles. What's a neighborhood somewhere else maybe longer than 5 miles. So give that some thought and give us some feedback on what makes a neighborhood to neighborhood.
Thank you, Grace. I appreciate your comment. Does anyone have any feedback at this moment that they would like to share for that follow-up? Go ahead, Dave.
I just have a question.
Just a
will
little
this-
closer to the mic. I'm so sorry. Thank you.
Will this interact with Google Maps or some mapping software where if a road goes under construction or a bridge is out, that it will automatically change your route?
I do not believe that it would at this time,
Okay, so.
but that is a good comment.
Feedback
And
from riders to change the route then, I assume?
yeah, I guess that would also maybe come back to the public comment tool that we would have, that we would maybe rely on kind of like how the Waze app works, how it kind of relies on people. Like you drove by something that was on the road and you can mark that on your phone. And then it asks drivers going by there, like, is this still there? And you say yes or no. So I think it would maybe kind of rely on public input, kind of. Well, yeah.
Thanks, Sam. We have another question down there.
was reluctant to ask, and I think you.
A little closer to the microphone, I'm
I
sorry.
was reluctant to ask, question prompted this. How are the prohibited areas, it was the last level, identified of like, for the map? like
Yeah.
Bicycle areas, how is that, identified? What is that kind of area, a
That
prohibited
would,
area?
it would be like the app would it would not allow you to ride on any prohibited roads, such as like a interstate or,
Okay,
freeway. Yeah, that would be labeled red and, big hazard. Absolutely not. So,
okay,
yeah.
thank you.
Yes, we have Neil in the front.
Yeah, my question is this just a planning tool, or will there be route view as you're riding? Like, could you set your phone down on your bike and it follows where you're going? Or is this more like you're at home and you're trying to plan a trip?
So there was a discussion, there was a lot of discussion about that, because we don't really want to promote distracted riding. So it was kind of tough to expect people to be looking down, as opposed to straight ahead. So, I believe, it is, it's definitely a planning tool, but it will provide details that you can, when you have a chance to look down, that you can, see your route, but we didn't really want people to be like looking at it constantly. But yes, it will have a simple route view on your phone that, similar to, Google Maps, like it'll direct you to take a left in 0.8 miles or such.
Oh, so it has the navigation features. Is that what you're looking for? Cool, thank you. We have another comment in the front. Go ahead.
Yes, if we know that we have a detour, I'm thinking of when we've had bridges out that have the all-purpose trail along them, and we know that construction schedule, can we get that to you in advance so that there could be a reroute worked in?
Yes, yeah, like Rob said, this will always kind of be a work in progress, so I don't see any reason why you cannot, get us that, and then we could, we could kind of collaborate on what that alternative route should be.
Okay,
Yeah.
because we do, detours as part of that process, so it could just mimic that, but we'll have to be thinking of that and planning ahead of time for making sure that we
Yeah.
get the information to you.
It's a really good point. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Sure, go right ahead.
As the NOACA works on the safe routes to school, is there a plan for those routes to be implemented into this app?
I'm not involved in safe routes to school, so I don't believe so at this time, but I don't really know.
Yeah, so that's a good point. So NOACA is not the owner of the Safe Routes to School program. That is ODOT. But we certainly can reach out to ODOT to see if there is a way for us to overlay that information into this. Again, I think the discussion for today is where are the gaps? What do we have right? What do we still need more of? So we'll look into that.
Great, thank you. Any other comments or questions? Okay, I do have one. First, I want to say thank you, Sam, for the presentation. It was great. My quick question, I loved all the features you had. Maybe we could consider adding bicycle-friendly businesses along this route. I know there's a lot that are placed around the region. That could be another amenity if
That-
possible.
Just like a business that has bike parking, or a business that,
Yeah, sure. So a bike-friendly business is like a national program that's ran, and you have to register your business. And there's already a website that has a map of all the locations that are around. So it's easy for you to like look at. I can send you the link if you would
Yeah.
like, so you can look at it. And you have to register your business, and I believe it means that you have a bathroom that's accessible for a rider, that they don't have to pay for something. You can let them fill up their water bottle for free, and then there's bike parking. I think those are the 3 amenities that come with it. And then there's a national logo that's on the window for cyclists to see as they drive by. So just another promotion and opportunity to like,
Yeah.
freshen up real fast on your route. So I
Yeah,
can send you over that link, like I said, so as a follow-up.
thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Appreciate it.
But yes, well, thank you again, Sam, for your presentation. I don't think there's any other comments or questions at this time. So we can go on and move on to our next discussion item, which is 2028, 2031 TIP development, potential projects for NOACA funds by Ed May. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. This presentation covers the development of our state fiscal year 2028 through 2031 TIP, focusing on the process that we use for evaluating potential projects for NOACA funds. We're not requesting any action today. This is just being brought to the advisory councils for information and input as we just begin to develop our TIP for 2028 through 2031. Again, I'll be reviewing the process and methodology that we'll use to evaluate potential projects for NOACA-controlled funding in the TIP, not the portion of the TIP that consists of federal funds controlled by ODOT. Regarding previous action, there's been no previous action regarding this item. The intent here is to establish the projects recommended for NOACA funds earlier in our process to allow for programming and development to occur sooner. So the TIP is the program of transportation projects to be implemented over a 4-year period using FHWA and FTA funds. The TIP will contain both NOACA and ODOT controlled funds. It implements our long-range plan. It will eventually become part of the statewide Transportation Improvement Program, or STIP, as we develop it every 2 years. The TIP comprises the roadway and transportation alternatives element. This includes projects funded with ODOT district, major, and local federal funding programs, the statewide CMAQ, or Congestion Mitigation and Air Quality Program, and then the NOACA funding programs. Also includes the transit element. This is each transit operator's capital program for 4 years. And then we have the appendices involving public involvement procedures. And then there are other required analysis such as fiscal analysis and fiscal constraint and air quality conformity documentation. So we are beginning to develop the state fiscal year 28 through 2031 TIP. That TIP will be presented to our board in March of calendar year 2027 and will go into effect on July 1 of calendar year 2027 through June 30th of 2031. Okay, so as I mentioned previously, a component of the overall TIP is the program of projects to be funded with NOACA funds. We'll be evaluating potential projects in accordance with the approved methodology to develop that program of projects to be funded by NOACA. The traditional funding sources are the Surface Transportation Block Grant Program funding, for which we get about $34 million per year. The Transportation Alternatives Program, we get about $3.8 million per year. And then the Carbon Reduction Program funding, for which we get about $4.2 million per year, all of which are directly allocated to NOACA by formula. And then we have the Congestion Mitigation Air Quality Program for projects approved for the statewide CMAQ program. Our most recent application round was completed in September of 2025. So actually the CMAQ funded projects are already determined and established through 2031. We are evaluating potential projects in accordance with the approved methodology, and this is to elevate and advance projects that best represent the priorities contained in the plan, so that the projects we ultimately advance are consistent with the board policies and priorities, and those that align with federal and state transportation asset management initiatives. We have our long-range plan, WeNeo 2050 plus, with many projects in it that will inform this effort, as well as the current bipartisan infrastructure law, which does focus on areas, have focus areas and funding requirements that we pay attention to it as well. The process that we follow for evaluating projects this round will be the same process that we've been using, that we use for the current TIP in 2026 and 2029. And also that we have used in previous years, the previous 3 TIPs. The methodology and criteria have been recommended by the committees with input from the advisory councils and subcommittees, and to help shape that methodology and the criteria, and is approved and supported by the board. The process incorporates our We Neo 2050 plan priorities and the policies and initiatives adopted by our board, such as the Complete and Green Streets policy. So the methodology involves 5 steps. I'll try to be brief about this. So the first step is that the staff will undertake, will be to develop a potential project universe. Next, step 2 would be to screen those deficiencies and needs against our We Neo 2050 plus priorities and established policies. Then we will involve coordination with the regional transportation agencies, all our communities, the 5 county engineers in the city of Cleveland. Step 4 will be to filter the top 25% of the transportation asset management projects. And then finally, we will evaluate the qualifying projects against the regional significance criteria and other considerations for project prioritization. With respect to developing the universe of projects that will be evaluated will be derived from the We Neo 2050 plus minor and major constrained and illustrative lists containing projects that will maintain, enhance, or expand the transportation system. Plans, programs, policies, and projects to implement the strategies outlined in the plan. Transportation asset management, projects suggested and recommended out of the Active Transportation Plan, and our safety and congestion priority corridors and initiatives. Also projects submitted from local communities and regional transit agencies as well. With a target year of construction or equivalent through 2031. Next, screening the project universe to align with the We Neo 2050 plan plus plan. Screens are going to be applied to the universe of projects that align with the plan priorities for each project type. So for example, looking at pavements that align with the Transportation Asset Management Program. Those that have a pavement condition rating of 65 or less, have a length of about a half a mile or more, and have a estimated total cost of about $500 to $12 million. Bridge priorities will be screened based on the bridge condition, general appraisal of less than 4, and or whether it's structurally deficient and or functionally obsolete. We'll also look at what segments may align with our congestion and priority safety lists, and whether they align with identified congested corridors and locations, and strategies in the congestion management plan, and also the signal timing optimization program. Also looking at what may align with safety projects involving recommended signing or guardrail or intersection improvements or roundabouts, for example, and signalization. Projects and programs that enhance safety for all users. We will then look to identify NOACA safety plans. I believe somebody mentioned that. Transportation safety action plans, safe routes to school travel plans, and our safe route to school plans and SAVE plans. And then we're looking at also any roadway segments or facilities that are deemed regionally significant projects, that is projects that are important to the regional economy and regional travel and destinations. With respect to transit, we will also apply screens to transit asset management, rolling stock and vehicle replacements, facility improvements, transit operations, et cetera. With respect to proposed transportation alternatives, these are non-roadway types of projects. We'll be looking for completion of a link on a regional facility or a statewide facility, something that provides new access to major destinations. Also looking to see if there's an alignment with safe routes to school travel plans and TLCI planning studies. And we also will be looking at the historic transportation facilities, which are also eligible for our TAP funding program. So then, once we apply these screens and filters to the universe of projects, we want to get with the communities to review the needs that we have against, to make sure that what we have is in alignment with what the community's capital and other plans are suggesting. We'll coordinate with our partners to review the screen tip universe of projects against their priorities and provide input with respect to scope, schedule, and budget. This is also an opportunity for communities and agencies to recommend revisions or additional projects for that matter, and then also to share with us what they know regarding projects that have been completed or are planned to be completed with other resources, so that we don't duplicate that effort or evaluate a roadway that's already been done. We'll meet in person with all 5 counties and the Cleveland and GCRTA and Lake Tran. And we expect to be doing this during the months of February through April. Following the coordination with the partners, we'll proceed to get a universal project down to a more manageable number of qualifying projects, because it's likely to be probably $2 or $3 billion total. To do this, we'll follow the same methodology that we used for the 26 to 29 tip. The first action of the methodology involves filtering the top 25% of the TAM preservation projects. Then we apply each county's respective percentage of the regional vehicle miles traveled to get a representative or target number of qualifying deficiencies for each county. Then we sort that by cost effectiveness within each county, add in all the other qualifying project types like the congestion or safety or regionally significant, et cetera, from WENEO 2050 plus. So the qualifying projects will be evaluated against regional significance criteria based on regional connectivity factors that evaluate whether a roadway provides access to a facility with a multi-county impact or a regional impact, or within a county or a community impact. And we're looking at these roadways in terms of how important that roadway is to regional travel and regional destinations and getting people to and from the places they need to get to. And if and how a road addresses a deficiency or improves access to job centers, educational or governmental institutions, or medical centers. We'll also be looking at intermodal facilities, how that roadway might support other modes of travel. And then also cultural, sports, or entertainment venues. Again, from a regional, county, or a community-based perspective. So this table here lists the types of facility and their respective weight factors. So this could be a maximum total score for this aspect of 11. We'll also be looking at the plan relationship. That is how projects align with adopted NOACA plans and initiatives. For example, we may have a roadway deficiency, but we also know that roadway has an identified or documented safety or congestion need. It might carry a transit arterial fixed route. It also, with respect to other types of infrastructure or system enhancements, it might align with an existing or a WENEO 2050 plus recommended, planned, or proposed bicycle facility, such as conventional bike lanes or all-purpose trails, or buffered or separated bike lanes, or active bicycle infrastructure. We'll also look at recommendations that have come out of completed safe routes to school travel plans and TLCI planning studies. Also, looking at recommended pedestrian infrastructure like smart crossings, mid-block crossings, pedestrian refuge islands, and signalized intersections. So there's a 1 point for each of those criteria or plan relationship criteria. So we're going to be taking these deficiencies and layering onto those deficiencies that we ultimately come up with other planning aspects to make sure that the projects are complete and that we're looking at all aspects of what the benefit could look like for that project and prioritizing it accordingly. Another consideration for qualifying projects is the potential opportunity to incorporate complete and green streets components or elements into a project, which all roads are required to consider in the design and development process. Complete streets to safely and comfortably accommodate all users. One item of note here is that for projects that are limited exclusively to resurfacing or other maintenance type activities, it is recommended that things like pavement striping, crosswalks, signage, or other low-cost bicycle and pedestrian countermeasures still be considered. And then with respect to green streets, that's to integrate sustainable green infrastructure components to improve water quality and reduce runoff volumes. We're looking at things like pervious pavers on non-travel lanes, bump outs, capturing stormwater runoff, trees, plantings, bioswales, and giving priority consideration to projects that decrease impervious surfaces versus replacing or increasing impervious surface. Additional evaluation factors and considerations applied to our qualifying projects relate to community benefit and fairness to ensure that the money that NOACA invests promotes and encourages a fair distribution of our funds and the benefit associated with our funding. So we're looking at and noting what is located within or provides access to NOACA-defined urban core communities, disadvantaged communities, and areas of persistent poverty, just to make sure that that's a priority consideration as well. And also potential to adopt or incorporate other technology or concepts such as, again, strengthening mobility and revolutionizing or smart corridors, or if there is or will be EV charging stations located along that corridor. Well, these are the things that will go into evaluating the qualifying projects. I want to emphasize the qualifying projects. We're not going to apply this to each and every roadway segment that we generate, but rather a smaller number. So this slide just shows the planned development schedule for the projects recommended for NOACA funding. We're going to work with the advisory councils and the subcommittees throughout this process to evaluate potential projects. We'll present funding recommendations to the advisory councils and subcommittees in the months of May and June, and then to the Planning and Programming Committee in July of calendar year 2026, the Executive Committee in August. Ultimately, the Board of Directors approval will be presented with a recommended list of or recommended list of projects to which we would recommend committing NOACA funding, and that will occur in September of calendar year 2026. We'd then work with the project sponsors to finalize the scope and the schedule and budgets, and these would then be considered along with all the other ODOT projects as we move towards the overall TIP development and adoption, which would occur in March of calendar year 2027. So next steps, staff will prepare and provide the transportation system needs and deficiencies for community and agency review in accordance with this methodology. And any input we get from the councils will be utilized by the staff in its evaluation of potential projects for NOACA funding. Project funding recommendations will be presented to the council at its May 2026 meeting. And the final draft state fiscal year 2028 through 2031 will be presented to the Planning and Programming Committee at their January 2027 meeting, followed by the Board of Directors meeting in March of calendar year 2027. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ed. I appreciate your presentation. Is there any comments or questions? Sure, go right ahead.
I was just wondering, so I was looking at the projects in Lake County, and I noticed there's 3 of them. This is for the TLCI. I do notice that the Grand River states that they're going to be addressing pedestrian and bicycles. However, I don't, for Vine Street and for Painesville Main Street, it talks about walkways, but I'm curious, are you also going to try to accommodate for bikeways too?
Where, yes, I would say.
I mean,
yes,
do
we
you,
will
do you
try to-
always, if there's a project like that and they're saying, okay, we're going to improve the walks, it doesn't specifically say,
Oh,
That's from my presentation. I'll be presenting next.
I'm
See-
sorry. I'm sorry. Okay.
well,
Good question.
To your
Hold
point,
it for the
though,
next presentation.
when the Transportation for Livable Communities initial implementation projects have been awarded funding, not this round that Lee is going to present, but rather other initiatives that have been approved by this board or by the board, we will look to see if any roadways that we have identified of the proper condition, if there are, if they align with some strategy that's outlined in the proposed TLCI project. So
So
thus
you're,
elevating that roadway to another level.
so so NOACA and the board members are looking to see if there's any possible way that you can work with bicyclists too, not
Oh,
only.
absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, absolutely, yes.
Thank you. Good question. Okay, yep, down in the front.
Thank you. I have a question that maybe you can elaborate on, Ed. You said that there's a couple ways that local communities will be involved.
Yes.
And you mentioned two that I heard. One is projects submitted by the local community, and one is something that NOACA will send to the community for input on transportation needs and deficiencies. Can you say how each of those will actually happen?
Yeah, what we'll do is we will assemble a list of roadway segments, bridges. Then we also will look to our long-range transportation plan for system enhancements like, I'm trying to think of the turn lane improvements or intersection improvements or shared use facilities, those types of things. That's the list that we will announce to the 5 counties that we've composed this list, and we will post it online for them to look at and comment on. And what it's going to do is each community is going to have a set of roadway segments and or bridges that are in their, within their municipal boundaries. And we will invite them to look at that list, see if the termini is logical. Maybe they did a half of the roadway segment with issue 2 money or something like that. They don't need to do it now or something along that. So we'll be looking for that input. And then the other one was, I'm sorry, the other one was,
The other one you mentioned, projects could be submitted by local communities.
at that same time, there may be something that we have not considered, or we may have overlooked, or maybe we evaluated it incorrectly in terms of its condition. And that's the opportunity for communities to propose that. There may be a reason why we didn't include it, and we'll share that with you. But if you see something that you want to see there, there's an opportunity to propose it.
Thank you. Great. Go ahead, Jacob.
And I have just one question related to determining like what projects, how many projects to include. We know next year is a reauthorization year for transportation. How will that impact kind of this process, knowing, priorities from the federal government and what they will fund with transportation alternatives funds or block grant dollars? How will that inform this process as kind of that plays out during the same time frame?
Well, honestly, Jacob, I can't really say specifically, but I will say that if we can get this done before September 30th of calendar year 2026, we'll have established that. I'm going to say that I don't know how much the reauthorization will differ from the current transportation bills, but that's about the best I can offer. I don't know if anybody else.
Sure, I can offer a little bit more. There is a real danger in the next authorization to programs such as transportation alternatives or using funds for bicycle pedestrian facilities. If we are preparing a tip for, that would be 30 and 31 would be the New Year's, right?
Yeah, the 2 additional years,
Right.
yes.
We may have to come back and amend that tip to align with the new authorization, which could mean, we're going to do it, as Ed said, by September 30th under the current rules. So that is how we will develop the tip, but that does not protect us from changes in the reauthorization. We could end up not having the funds that we think that we will have for these programs. So it remains to be seen. I know there's been a lot of activity to try and determine what that reauthorization would look like. And of course, you've got some folks that support the existing programs and some folks that don't. So we will let our congressional folks sort of discuss that and debate it and come to a consensus, and we'll see what happens. From NOACA's perspective, we still maintain the position that choice is important, multimodalism is important, and not multimodalism for everywhere in the region. Certainly, there are some parts of the region that it is not practical nor wanted. We're not forcing anyone to, take modes that their communities don't want or don't use. But as a region, we still are really trying to ensure that people have choice when it comes to modes.
The only thing I'll add is, those conversations are kind of starting now, but they'll heat up a lot in the new year. And I think it's all on all of us to kind of watch those conversations. Like the most recent alert I got was talking about removing public transit from being eligible for some of these federal funds. So it's not just bike ped, but it's a little bit of everything. And I think it's on us to kind of watch as that moves forward and reach out to our federal legislators as the time comes.
Yeah, and when I was saying it was NOACA's position, it is included in our legislative agenda. And therefore, again, we will follow whatever rules, whatever laws come out of Washington. If they take away these programs, we will cancel those projects. But we do believe that it is important for a region to have a level of multimodalism and choice, so we will continue to advocate for that.
Thank you, Grace. I appreciate your comment as well, Jacob. Another comment or question? Sure.
So you mentioned safe routes to schools, I think 3 times, and roundabouts once. Grace pointed out that those, at least the safe route to school, and I know that the roundabouts are ODOT projects. As someone comes up with their plan to find funding, those are, I guess, those will bump them up in the priority in as far as picking the ranking of the choices.
It will elevate it. I don't know if it'll elevate it enough to get funding, but one thing to say is that we do have a roundabout that we have committed funding to in our last round of programs. But if it happens that the roadways on which that roundabout is proposed, that might elevate the proposed paving job, if there is one, because of that. I wouldn't want to say it's a lock that if there's a roundabout in the vicinity that it would certainly generate funding, but it's certainly a consideration, all things being equal.
Yeah, I think it's important to note that we don't, that we manage expectations. So when we develop the TIP, particularly the NOACA funded component of it, 90% of our funds are allocated to maintaining existing infrastructure. Basically paving, fixing up the roadway network, keeping it in good shape. Only 10% of it is allocated to either new things or enhancements. So there's really not a whole lot of funding available for those new kinds of things. An example of a new kind of thing, we do make funding available for it throughout our overall process. But again, managing expectations, it's not a lot of what we are doing. Also, to keep in perspective where we spend our money, 85% of our funding in this process is spent in the urbanized area based on vehicle miles traveled in the urbanized area, and 15% of it is spent in the rural areas based on the vehicle miles traveled in the rural areas. That is our general policy for that.
Thank you, Grace.
Can I
follow up?
Can I just, yeah. So I guess kind of to Grace's point, she covered a little bit of it. And to the lady at the end's point about the 2 ways that you will work with communities. You'll allow communities to contact you if they have a project in mind. And you'll also offer, I think online, not necessarily soliciting them, but just offering some roads or bridges that they might want to take a look at getting some funding for. As they contact you back, are you going to help guide them, right? They're still going to have to qualify in your ranking process. So are you, you're obviously you're going to them first, they'll come back to you and say, yeah, we want to look at this road and enhancing it. They'll have to essentially like rank. They'll have to rank in the process as well in order to get that funding. Are you going to guide them along the way to incorporate some of the other things as we were mentioning, the weighted measures?
Right, yes, yes, we would. We definitely would. And
Okay,
we're
so you will help them get ranked essentially.
well, I don't want to say,
Well, you'll guide them.
I don't want to put it that way exactly, but what we want to emphasize is a more comprehensive type of project and a more regionally significant project, and that will have connectivity. And there are things that we look at that do that. And if those characteristics aren't present in that roadway, that's not likely to be as elevated as something else that would carry say, for example, a transit route, not only a transit route, but would lead to a job center, but would also lead to an interstate, as opposed to a roadway that's simply in poor pavement condition.
So as you look, are you going to factor that in as you look at, the people that essentially that you're going to, I'll just call it soliciting, right? That you're going to be offering improvements for? Are you going to consider their ability to move up that ranking chart when you go to them?
We will generate a list of transportation system deficiencies and needs based on what we get out of our plan. We will then share that, what we came up with, whether it was generated out of our transportation assets management program or whatever. We will notify each and every community in the 5 counties that this list is going to be posted and invite them to review that. And we will then say, see if you concur with what you see, the type of work that's being recommended, the associated cost, if you think that's too high or too low, or the termini. That's the extent of that. As far as, beyond that, I can't really say. We would have to look and see what we're working with first, what the base is from which we would start. But we would, that's, you put it solicitation. If you call it a solicitation, I guess that's what we're going to be doing, notifying communities that we have this list of needs and invite them to take a look at them.
To be clear though, Ed, we are not doing an application solicitation. We are following our Transportation Asset Management Program process, which by the way has been selected by Federal Highway Administration as a case study for the nation. We worked with FHWA to develop the process and ODOT a couple of years back, and it is still one of the best in the country and is being featured again. That's the process we will follow. When we send out the project listings that are generated from that process, we will, of course, allow for rebuttal. If we've made mistakes, didn't capture everything, don't have all the up-to-date information. For example, we do use ODOT's pavement condition ratings in our process. ODOT's pavement condition ratings are 2 years. They update them every 2 years. Every year? Every year. But they're
It's every 2 years.
No, well, right. But they're not always they're not always in alignment with what the county may think that condition they're in. So we're offering the ability to give us feedback so we can improve our process and put in the right information. Again, if we're missing something. If we're talking about new things, that's a separate evaluation process. And that, Ed, I'm not sure, I know that right now we kind of take it all as one, but we may need to think about sort of breaking that out specifically. But we can take that comment that you've provided and think about it. I also want to make sure that you understand, everybody understands, the projects will be evaluated and ranked within the counties. So Medina County projects do not compete with Cuyahoga County projects. Cleveland projects do not compete with Lake County projects. So there is a ranking system within the entities of City of Cleveland, Cuyahoga County, and the other 4 counties. And so that should provide a level of better understanding of how the ranking works. So it isn't just a giant funnel.
Thank you guys for
So
your
the
comment.
the funding allocation is by county then, at that point as well?
Correct.
Yeah, just. for
But it
clarification.
needs to rank based on the overall NOACA criteria that, again, has been developed with Federal Highway and with ODOT, but it needs to do so within the counties.
Thank you.
You know, I think everyone can understand that it would not be fair for certain projects to compete against other projects, particularly when you're looking at the kind of criteria. If there's a road in Medina County that is not practical for bicycle lanes to be installed, that's not going to count against you in Medina County. That's what I'm getting to.
Great.
Yeah.
We had another hand raised. Take a couple more comments.
Thank you. One more question has to do with one of the criteria, the vehicle miles traveled and how that relates to traffic volume. And what is your experience and what is happening with traffic volumes regionally? Grace was just talking about, different counties have, different attributes. And so are you looking at like travel patterns? Because is there more volume in the inner core now, in the suburbs? What are you seeing?
I really can't address that, Joyce. I will say that with respect to the VMT, the regional VMT, that is how we get a target number of roadway segments to evaluate. So I'm going to say, of the $2 billion worth of roadway infrastructure improvements that we're talking about, what we would do is apply that percentage of each county's and the city of Cleveland's relative share of the VMT and use that percentage to extract a certain number of roadway segments from Medina County and so forth. With respect to how we are currently analyzing or evaluating the VMT, I'm sorry, I just don't know.
That's fair. Thank you, Ed. Again, Ed, thank you again for your presentation. We're going to go ahead and move on to the next agenda item. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Next up, we have TLCI program applications by Leah Turnbull.
Good morning, almost afternoon, everyone. My name is Leah Telepak, and I'm going to be presenting the TLCI applications that we received this round. This is just for presentation and discussion. Most of you know, but a little bit of background, the Transportation for Livable Communities is to improve livability in Northeast Ohio communities, support the vision of NOACA's Regional Strategic Plan and Long-Range Transportation Plan, provide federal funding assistance to local communities, and support planning that leads to implementation. We opened our application round on August 15th, and it closed on October 10th. We received 5 planning study requests totaling $680,000 and 14 implementation requests totaling $6.28 million. The applicants virtually presented their projects to us late October through mid-November. The solicitation and evaluation was conducted in accordance with TLCI policy, of course, and our annual program budget is $2 million for both planning and implementation. So these are the planning study applicants. We received 5 of them. I'll go over them briefly. The city of Elyria submitted for $150,000 for 3 key areas within their city to evaluate complete street solutions and multimodal transportation. GCRTA submitted for their first last mile connections for $100,000 to study from the west side Puritas station to the east side East Cleveland station totaling about 19 stations in all. Liverpool Township submitted their Valley City Business Corridor Study for $150,000 to study their downtown Valley City from Leicester Road to Columbia Road, evaluate possible safety measures to implement for pedestrians and cyclists. Mentor on the Lake submitted for $120,000 to improve bicycle and pedestrian access to amenities while improving safety for vulnerable users. And Solon submitted for their downtown core segment for $160,000 to study along Aurora Road and Solon Road between Som Center Road and Ports Parkway to enhance pedestrian and cyclist access. As mentioned, we received 14 implementation projects. These are all listed in your packet. I'm not going to go over all 14 of these in interest of time, but you may review them in your packets. TLCI is geared around safety, multimodal transportation, and complete and green streets. So when somebody submits an implementation project application, those are typically the things that their project should be looking for. For example, this one is a multi-use trail. So pedestrians and cyclists, safety with the midsection crosswalk and RRFBs, and connections to their park. Next steps, input received from the councils will be included in the staff evaluation of the projects. Staff will present recommendations to the Planning and Programming Committee in January, and then the Board of Directors will make their final recommendation in March. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Question? Go right ahead.
Is there a limit on the amount?
I cannot hear you.
Is there a limit on the amount of the application?
No, as in previous years, we've stated there is no limit to the request that the applicant can make, but we always stress that the budget is $2 million.
Right. I think last year we did discuss putting a limit on the.
I cannot hear you. You need to speak directly into your microphone.
I think last year we discussed putting a limit on the amount of the application, given the limited funds. Has staff made any recommendations to that effect?
We did not implement that this year, but it is something that we considered.
Would the board consider recommending putting a limit on the application amount, given the limited amount of funds?
The board could certainly do that. As we finalize the presentation of recommended projects to the board, we will give that some thought and ensure that the board has all of the information that they need to make that kind of decision.
So staff by the next pedestrian committee will have recommendations for us to consider on the limits for the TLCI applications.
This is expected to go to the board for the March board meeting, correct?
This year round is
Correct.
done.
Okay.
I'm just talking about next year.
Oh, yes,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah. Okay. Well, I look forward to seeing them.
Thank you for your comment. Any other comments or questions for Leah at this time? Great. Thank you, Leah. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Final presentation we have today is for Lorraine East 28th Street Corridor TLCI Study Update. Presenter is Rob.
Good almost afternoon, everyone. Appropriately after Leah's TLCI presentation, I'm going to go over an ongoing study that is currently being conducted by NOACA staff in South Lorraine on the East 28th Street corridor. No action is required. It's a discussion item. Previously, Dr. Makarachi presented the existing conditions phase of the study to this council. I'll briefly review key points of that first phase and proceed with further analyses and project alternatives that were developed since phase 1. Our project goals include improving traffic safety, improving livability, encouraging development of vacant sites, and growing community vitality through economic, social, and cultural growth. Here you can see an example of a complete street intended to enhance safety and serve all road users and all modes of travel. Example components here are a high visibility crosswalk, a high intensity activated crosswalk beacon, bike lanes protected by bollards, a pedestrian refuge island, and landscaped sidewalk buffers. The study area includes a 2 1/3 mile corridor of East 28th Street and South Lorraine, for which a road redesign is being developed, plus a 1/2 mile surrounding the corridor for contextual analysis. The project consists of 4 phases, the first of which, data collection and existing conditions analysis, is complete, and the second, alternatives development, will be presented to the public after the holidays. In the first phase, we collected a lot of data on the study area that would help us examine existing conditions and create recommendations for improvements based on local needs and context. Among the data we collected were crash locations and severities to determine segments or intersections that may require special attention. A special concern are sites of pedestrian crashes, as while relatively rare, they are more commonly severe. As can be seen here, there was a serious injury crash and a fatal crash on the study corridor during the time period analyzed. There were 3 other serious injury crashes off the corridor within the study area. We performed site visits to assess the quality and condition of pedestrian infrastructure and determine what improvements would be possible. As you can see here, the existing sidewalk and curb ramps are overgrown in some areas. The crosswalks are not very highly visible with the parallel line style and faded paint. There's 1 bike lane in the study area on East 31st. It's just a conventional lane with no buffer or barrier protecting cyclists. There's a park on 31st and few other destinations on 31st. But the bike lane clearly attracts bike traffic since it has the highest volumes of any of the parallel streets in the study area. This indicates there's probably latent demand on a commercial street like East 28th, given the more safe infrastructure. NOACA uses a level of traffic stress scale to rate roadway segments on how stressful they are to ride a bike on. Due to low traffic volumes, most of East 28th Street corridor is deemed to have an LTS level of 2, being comfortable for most adult cyclists. The segments on the east and west ends of the corridor, however, are more stressful to traverse, deterring cyclists from coming from the east or west from using cycling as their mode of choice to access amenities on the corridor. Here is the LTS 3 segment at Grove Avenue. That's the level that is comfortable for confident cyclists. There's a large driveway and a right turn lane, which cyclists have to contend with. This setup leaves cyclists vulnerable to being right hooked by cars turning, and a cyclist wishing to go straight at the stop sign either needs to merge left among cars slowing or for the stop sign, or risk conflict with cars on their left wishing to turn right. We are working to stay consistent with other plans that have been recently completed, such as the Active Transportation Plan, the Lorain County Community Health Assessment, and the South Side Gateway Community Plan. The Lorain County Transit Plan is set to launch soon. In June, we brought our Phase 1 findings to the community, along with examples of complete streets elements that might be solutions to concerns they have. Community members helped to fill in the gaps of our existing conditions assessment with local knowledge and provided input regarding particular areas of concern that might not have been flagged from data that we analyzed. Currently, we're nearing the end of Phase 2, where we ran a deeper analysis of the collected data informed by that community input, collected our own traffic data to refine the analyses, and developed design alternatives to advance the project goals given all particulars of the local context. We added locations in the study area in NOACA's annual traffic count program to bolster or improve analyses we had completed during using older counts. We were also able to capture speed data on key road segments to provide concrete information where we previously had less reliable estimates. We picked locations to target based on crash data analysis and further refined our predicted crash analysis using updated traffic data we collected, feeding the updated data into AASHTO's predicted crash analysis model. This provides a data-driven method of determining street segments and intersections deserving of special attention. Here are the results of an analysis from the Ohio Department of Transportation's Traffic Operations Safety Systems tool, or TOAST, which creates a score for how well a segment of road functions based on several metrics. East 28th Street has overall scores in the low to mid 70% range, with eastbound performing slightly higher than westbound. This indicates good overall function with some room for improvement. Of the categories of metrics in the TOAST score, safety has the lowest composite score for the corridor. The lowest overall metric score is incident clearance, which is clearly tied to the crash incidents dragging down the safety scores. Synthesizing these two bits of information, it's clear that reducing crashes and improving safety would be the best way to improve the TOAST score and the holistic function of the corridor. Putting all the data collection and analysis together, we've developed project alternatives. Here on your left, you can see the existing configurations present on the western and eastern segments of the corridor. The configuration changes at Fulton. On the right side, we show a minimalist alternative, keeping existing car and parking lane configurations, but slimming the lanes down to make room for bike lanes. If we implement a road diet and reduce the 4 travel lanes to 2 travel lanes with a 2-way left turn lane, many more design options open up. The alternatives we've developed intend to outline what is possible, safe, and effective for segments and intersections on the corridor. In January, we'll bring the results to the community for input. Then, armed with community input, we'll go into phase 3, narrowing the alternatives down to recommendations for the final report. Just west of Fulton, there's a railroad bridge serving an active rail yard on the industrial site that dominates the area north of the corridor. The bridge presents a significant barrier for cyclists and especially pedestrians. The lighting and infrastructure conditions present safety hazards, but much of the barrier effect is psychological, with slopes to traverse through the underpass and an inability to see what's on the other side, and an overall sense of just being uninviting. Thus, part of our exploration of alternatives includes ways to brighten and beautify the bridge to make it more pleasant to travel from one side of the corridor to the other. During stakeholder and public meetings, we heard repeated concerns about safety at East 28th Street and Pearl Avenue. These concerns were backed up by our crash analyses, and the section of Pearl south of East 28th is a business district targeted for revitalization in Lorraine's recently completed Southside Gateway plan. Improving safety and getting the right feel on the streetscape is especially important here. Here you can see the existing configuration along with some alternative bike lane configurations with a median turn lane and different forms of hardening to slow down drivers turning left. The 2-way cycle track shown in 2 of these alternatives has the benefit of keeping cyclists away from the driveway and freight vehicle heavy northern side of the road, also providing a parking lane buffer for cyclists traveling in both directions. Drivers turning left are likely not to predict a cyclist traveling at speed in the same direction as them on the far side of the road, which presents a challenge for this configuration. We show stop signs for cyclists traveling in this direction to minimize the risk of such a scenario. We show other methods for minimizing such conflicts as well, including bumps in the road on the top right image that are shown to lead drivers to turn with a smaller turn radius, leading them to slow down more than they would otherwise. There's a good example of that, including not just the bumps, but also bollards. If you look when you're exiting the building on Superior Avenue that were recently installed by the city of Cleveland. Also, we show a raised cycle track on the bottom right image combined with a raised crosswalk, which compels drivers to slow down prior to crossing the cycle track, providing a cue as well as extra time to notice an approaching cyclist. With elements like these, you may be able to forego that stop sign that we show. Next steps, we will present our alternatives and their pros and cons at a public meeting in January. And with community input, we will develop a set of recommendations for the final report.
Thank you, Rob.
Thank you.
Any questions or comments for Rob at this time? Thank you. Great presentation. Excited to see it. All right, moving along then, to be mindful of everyone's time. The next thing is reports and updates. Are there any reports or updates? Great. Next thing, is there any old business? Okay. Any new business? Awesome. Okay, can I have a motion to adjourn? Thank you. A second? Sarah, thank you. All in favor? Yay, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
In compliance with notification requirements of Ohio's open meeting law, notice of this meeting has been publicly posted and major public media notified. NOACA conducts its meetings according to Robert's Rules of Order. Actions during the meeting will be taken by a voice vote. If any member feels the need to abstain from any vote due to a conflict of interest, he or she should state their intention to abstain when the matter is introduced by the chair for presentation for the record. Subsequently, that member shall not participate in any discussion of the matter for which a conflict exists. According to Robert's rules, absence from a meeting does not require a member to abstain from voting on the minutes. If the member still wishes to abstain, he or she should state their intention for the record. For the benefit of our guests from the public and the recording of this meeting, please be sure to speak into the microphone. The microphones can be turned on and off using the button at the top of them. Approval of the minutes of the August 15th, 2025 meeting. Any corrections or additions? Can I have a motion to approve? Second? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? The motion is approved. Okay. For public comments on the agenda items, has anyone signed in to speak today? Okay. Okay. Is there any executive director's report?
Good afternoon. I know I don't often come to these Safety and Operation Council meetings. I often have conflicts, but I had no conflict today, so I'm here to join you. Thank you so much for all the work that you do with NOACA on this council. And I have a special surprise for you under new business. We are going to give you some information on the I-71 crossroads study that we are conducting. And you'll have something interesting at the end of you probably have lots of interesting things throughout the meeting, but you'll have something extra interesting at the end of the meeting.
There are no action items for today's meeting. Coming up for a presentation and discussion, we have calendar year 2020 highway safety performance measure targets. Presenting is Kessa Turnbull.
Good afternoon. Can you all hear me? Nope. If I make it even shorter, can you hear me now? Yay. So I'm here to present on the highway safety performance measure targets for calendar year 2026. This is an annual item as targets are required each year. Those of you who were here last year may recall that we adopted a 3.8% annual reduction for 2025. For 2026, we are proposing a 4% reduction across the 5 performance measures. This has already been recommended by the Transportation Subcommittee and the Planning and Programming Committee, so we're just here to keep you informed and ask for your support. First, let's start with what an equal annual reduction looks like. In this graph, the estimated fatalities are displayed on the right axis, while the percentage reduction is shown on the left. The years range from 2024 to 2050 at the bottom. You can also see that 2026 is circled. The orange line shows the number of fatalities reducing year by year, eventually reaching 0 in 2050. The white line represents the annual accumulated reduction, which increases steadily until it reaches 100% reduction in 2050. However, the green line is what's really interesting in this graph. You can see that it starts with gradual reductions before rapidly increasing in the last few years, as the absolute numbers of fatalities decrease. Using a rolling average of the last 5 years of data, the equal annual reduction methodology calculates the yearly reductions needed to achieve zero by 2050. Since the number of fatalities decreases as we approach 2050, the percentages increase each year. The annual reduction percentage depends on 2 consecutive years and not the year value. The year values increase if the rolling average for each measure increases. Unfortunately, this happened for all measures except for serious injuries and its rate in 2024. For fatalities and its rate per 100 million VMT, we are looking at year values of 6.6 and 0.051 for 2026 targets of 159 and 1.23. For serious injuries and its rate, we're looking at reduction values of 50.9 and 0.4 for targets of 1,222 and 9.46. And for non-motorized fatalities and serious injuries, we're looking at a value of 6.8 with a target of 163. We'll discuss the reasons behind these numbers in the next slide, but first we want to provide some historical context on fatalities in the NOACA region. Going back to 2012, you can see that until 2014, we were making slow and steady progress on decreasing deaths on our roadways. Then through 2017, there was a steady increase, followed by a decrease in 2018, and an even sharper increase through the COVID period. As roadways began to return to normal in 2022, there was a slight reduction, but it has been climbing steadily since then. Serious injuries reflect a similar but more subtle pattern until the end, where they diverge in opposite directions. Going back to 2012, you can see that until 2014, we were more or less holding steady. Then through 2016, there was a steady increase, though not as sharp as the one seen for fatalities, followed by a substantial decrease through 2018, reversed by an increase through the COVID period. Since the high in 2021, severe injuries have been declining slowly but steadily. Now for those reasons we discussed. This first red line is just that same fatality line you saw a couple slides ago. This orange line reflects how VMT has evolved over the years. What to notice here is that pre-COVID, it was rising slowly but steadily before plunging during the pandemic when everyone was staying home. It's been gradually rebounding since then, but it still isn't as high as it was in 2019. Finally, this green line represents a rough approximation of the average speeds during this era. From 2012 to 2014, we can see the slow and steady improvement discussed earlier. Now I'll tell you that the first increase we covered was due to people texting and driving as cell phones became ubiquitous. However, as hands-free technology became more common, fatalities decreased again. During this period before 2020, speeds had remained roughly steady or even declined slightly as congestion continued to rise. Unfortunately, when the roads emptied, average speeds shot up like a rocket. There has been a slight decrease since congestion started returning, but terrifyingly, nowhere near as much as it increased initially. I'm sure we can all empathize with how stressful driving has become since the pandemic. These aggressively high speeds, along with a resurgence of dangerous behaviors such as being high, buzzed, or distracted while driving, and a societal predisposition towards road rage, are what have caused fatalities to increase in recent years. However, just as we saw with hands-free technology saving lives, as measures like lane departure warnings, automated emergency braking, and pedestrian and cyclist detection become more standard, lives will be saved again. Pending board approval, the Long-Range Transportation Plan and Transportation Improvement Plan safety-related targets will be updated. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Kessa. The next presentation is for the fiscal year 2028 through 2031 TIP development, potential progress, projects for NOACA funds. Presenting is Ed May.
Thank you. Good afternoon. This is going to cover the development of our 2028 to 2031 Transportation Improvement Program. and we'll focus on the process that we use to evaluate potential projects for NOACA funds. No action is requested today. This is being brought to the advisory councils for information and input as we're just beginning to develop our TIP for fiscal years 28 through 31. I'll be reviewing the process and the methodology that we'll use to evaluate, potential projects for NOACA-controlled funding. And this is not the portion of the TIP that consists of federal funds controlled by ODOT. Previous action, there's been no previous action regarding this item. The intent here is to establish our projects recommended for NOACA funds earlier to allow for programming and development to occur sooner. So the TIP is our program of transportation projects to be implemented over a 4-year period using FHWA and FTA funds. The TIP will contain both NOACA and ODOT-funded projects. Our TIP implements our long-range plan and will become part of the statewide Transportation Improvement Program, or STIP. And then we develop this every 2 years. The TIP comprises the roadway transportation alternatives element. It includes projects funded with ODOT district major and local federal funding programs, the statewide congestion mitigation and air quality program, and the NOACA funding program. It also includes the transit element, which contains each transit agency's 4-year capital program. And then we have appendices regarding the public involvement procedures, and then analyses for financial assessment and air quality conformity. So we're beginning to develop that Transportation Improvement Program for state fiscal year 28 through 21, which will eventually be presented to the board for action in March of calendar year 2027, and will take effect on July 1 of calendar year 2027 through June 30th of calendar year 2031. As I mentioned previously, the component of the overall TIP is the program of projects to be funded with NOACA funds. We'll be evaluating potential projects in accordance with the approved methodology to help develop the program of projects to be funded by NOACA. Our traditional funding sources are the Surface Transportation Block Grant Funds, for which we're allocated about $34 million per year. Transportation Alternatives Program funding, for which we are allocated about $3.8 million per year. And then we have the Carbon Reduction Program funding at about $4.2 million per year, all of which are directly allocated to NOACA by formula. And then there's also the Congestion Mitigation and Air Quality Program for projects approved for statewide CMAQ program funds. We just completed an application round in September of 2025. So the CMAQ funded projects are already determined through 2031. We are evaluating potential projects in accordance with the approved methodology in order to elevate and advance projects that best represent the priorities contained in the plan. So the projects that we ultimately advance are consistent with board priorities and align with state and federal transportation management initiatives. We have WeNeo 2050 Plus, the long-range plan, which contains many projects that will inform this effort. Also, we have the bipartisan infrastructure law, which does have focus areas and funding requirements associated with it that we pay attention to. However, that will expire on September 30th of calendar year 2026. The same process, the process that we follow for evaluating projects this round will be the same process we use for the current TIP, that being the state fiscal year 2026 through 29 TIP, and that we have used for the previous 3 TIPs. That methodology and criteria have been recommended by committees with input from the advisory councils and the subcommittees to help shape that methodology and criteria, and approved and supported by the board. The process incorporates our WeNeo 2050 plan priorities and policies and initiatives adopted by the board that are also considered, such as our Complete and Green Streets policy. The methodology involves 5 steps. The first step that we'll undertake at the staff level will be to develop the potential project universe. Step 2 will be to screen those deficiencies and needs against WeNeo 2050 plus priorities and established policies. Step 3 will involve coordination with regional transportation agencies, all our communities, and the 5 county engineers in the city of Cleveland. Step 4 will be to filter the top 25% of the transportation asset management projects, and then we will, step 5 will be to evaluate the qualifying projects against our regional significance criteria and other considerations for project prioritization. With respect to developing the project universe, that universe of projects that we'll be evaluating will be derived from the WeNeo 2050 plus minor and major constrained and illustrative lists containing projects that will maintain, enhance, or expand the transportation system, plans and programs, policies, and projects that implement the strategies outlined in the plan, transportation asset management, projects suggested and recommended out of the active transportation plan, our safety and congestion priority locations and initiatives, and projects submitted from local communities and regional transit agencies, all with a target year of construction or the equivalent through 2031. Step 2 will be to screen the project universe to align with WeNeo 2050 plus plan. These screens will be applied to that universe of projects that align with the plan priorities for each project type. For example, looking at pavements that align with transportation asset management program generated from the minor projects and fiscally constrained TAMP lists. Bridge priorities will be screened based on bridge condition data. We'll look at what segments may align with our congestion and safety lists, whether they align with identified congested corridors and locations and strategies in the congestion management plan, and also the signal timing optimization program. What may align with identified safety projects like proposed intersections, improvements, roundabouts, signalization, signing, guardrail, and things of that nature. Projects that enhance safety for all users. We'll also look at what aligns with the identified safety plans and transportation safety action plan, safe routes to school, and SAVE plans. Regarding regionally significant projects, these are projects that are important to the regional economy and regional travel and destinations. Also, we'll be looking at transit asset management, facility improvement, and transit operations. And we'll also screen proposed transportation alternatives or non-roadway types of projects for how they maybe complete a link on a regional facility or statewide facility, or how they might align with safe routes to school travel plans and TLCI planning studies. And we will also factor in historic transportation facilities, which are eligible for transportation alternatives program funding. Once we apply these screens and filters to the universe of project, we then want to get with communities to review the needs that we have and make sure that they are in alignment with what the community's capital and other plans are suggesting. Staff will coordinate with the regional and local partners to review the screen tip universe of projects against their priorities and provide input with respect to scope, schedule, and budget. Also noting projects that have been completed or are planned to be completed with other resources. And communities and agencies will also have an opportunity to recommend revisions or even additional projects. So we'll send out letters to partners in the region to review that universe once we assemble it. We'll meet in person with all 5 county engineers, the city of Cleveland, GCRTA, and Lake Tran. And we expect to be conducting these meetings through the months of February through April. So following the coordination with the partners, we'll proceed to get the universe of projects down to a more manageable number of qualifying projects. To do this, we'll follow the same methodology we have for several years, employed most recently for the 26 to 29 tip. The first action of that methodology will be to filter the top 25% of the transportation asset management preservation projects. Then To that, we will apply each county's respective percentage of the regional vehicle miles traveled. And this will get us a representative or target number of qualifying projects and deficiencies in each county to evaluate. Then we'll sort by cost effectiveness within each county. We'll add to that the other qualifying project types adopted by the board, including congestion, safety, regionally significant transportation alternatives from We Neo 2050 plus. The qualifying projects will be evaluated against our regional significance criteria based on regional connectivity factors that evaluate whether a roadway provides access to a facility with a multi-county or regional impact, or a facility perhaps with a county impact or community impact. And looking at these roadways in terms of how important a roadway is to regional travel and destinations, and getting people to and from the places that they need to be. And also if and how a road addresses a deficiency or improves access to job centers, educational institutions, governmental institutions, or medical centers, or intermodal facilities, and how it supports other modes of travel, and also considering cultural, sports, or entertainment venues. Again, from a regional, a county, and a community-based perspective. So this table lists the type of facility and their respective weight factors and the weighted points used in the development of this program for a potential maximum score of 11. So then we'll be looking at the plan relationship. That is how the projects align with adopted NOACA plans and initiatives. For example, we may have a roadway deficiency, but we also know that roadway is identified or documented, has an identified safety or congested need. And it might carry a transit arterial fixed route, or it might align with an existing or a We Neo 2050 plus recommended, planned, or proposed bicycle facility. Or we'll look at projects against recommendations that came out of completed Safe Routes to School travel plans or TLCI planning studies. Also recommended pedestrian infrastructure such as smart crossings, mid-block crossings, pedestrian refuge islands, and signalized intersections. 1 point for each criteria. So we're taking these deficiencies and layering on the NOACA's other planning aspects to make sure the projects are complete, and that we're looking at all aspects of what the benefit could look like for that project, and then prioritizing it accordingly. So then the next step is to factor in or consider qualifying projects and their opportunity to incorporate complete and green streets components or elements into the project, which all roads are required to consider in the design and development process. Complete streets to safely and comfortably accommodate all users. For projects limited to resurfacing or other maintenance type activities, we still recommend that things like pavement striping, crosswalk signage, and other low-cost bicycle and pedestrian countermeasures are considered. And then with green streets, to integrate sustainable green infrastructure components to improve water quality and reduce runoff volumes. This would be things like pervious pavers, non-travel lanes, bump outs, capturing stormwater runoff, trees, plantings, bioswales, and giving priority consideration to projects that decrease impervious surface versus replacing or increasing impervious surface. So some additional evaluation factors and considerations applied to the qualifying projects relate to community benefit and fairness to ensure that the money that NOACA invests promotes and encourages a fair distribution of our funds and the benefit associated with our funding. Looking at and noting what is located within or provides access to NOACA-defined urban core communities, disadvantaged communities, and areas of persistent poverty. Making sure that that is also a priority consideration as well. And lastly, potential to adopt or incorporate other technology or concepts such as strengthening mobility and revolutionizing transportation corridors or smart corridors or if there is or will be EV charging stations along that corridor. So that's what we'll be looking at. Now, this slide just shows our planned development schedule for the projects recommended for NOACA funding. We will present project funding recommendations to the advisory councils and subcommittees in the months of May and June, to the Planning and Programming Committee for recommendation at its July meeting, Executive Committee in August, and then finally present to the Board of Directors for approval in September of 2026. We then, or staff then, would work with the project sponsors to finalize the projects. And then those projects would then be considered along with the ODOT funded projects as we move towards the development and approval of the overall TIP. Next step, staff is preparing now, but will provide transportation system needs and deficiencies for the community and agency review and input in accordance with this methodology. Input received from the councils will be utilized by staff in its evaluation of potential projects. Project funding recommendations will be presented to this council at its May 2026 meeting, and the final draft TIP for 2028 through 2031 will be presented later to the Planning and Programming Committee in January of calendar year 2027, followed by Board of Directors approval at their March 2027 meeting. Thank you very much.
Do we have any questions on this presentation?
Ed, thank you. I believe you had stated back in step 3, were you guys divvying things up by VMT? Is that what I heard correctly?
Yeah, the VMT is to get a more manageable number of roadway segments to consider for each county. And that's based on each county in the city of Cleveland's relative share of the region's VMT, vehicle miles traveled.
Yeah, but when it comes down to breaking up the funding, is that something that's going to be done by VMT as well? Or is that
No,
population?
that will be done by each county in the city of Cleveland's relative share of the urbanized population.
Okay, thank you.
Any other?
So March 27 seems like a long way away, but from FHWA, we appreciate the timeline you have here, time to do your due diligence, got a lot of public input. One substantive thing on the 5-step process there, safety at USDOT is our top priority. We just saw Kessa's presentation with some pretty ambitious targets. So to the greatest extent possible, and I encourage you to look through those steps and see where you can prioritize safety even more.
Definitely.
Any other questions? Thank you very much, Mr. May.
Thank you.
Next up, we have a presentation on the fiscal year 2026 TLCI program applications, presenting Leah Telepak.
Hello, everyone. My name is Leah Telepak. I'm going to be going through the state fiscal year 2026 TLCI applications we've received. This is not an action item for presentation and discussion only, no prior action. The purpose of TLCI, or Transportation for Livable Communities, is to improve the livability of Northeast Ohio communities, support the vision of NOACA's Regional Strategic Plan and Long-Range Transportation Plan, provide federal funding assistance to local communities, and support planning that leads to implementation. We opened our application round on August 15th and it closed on October 10th. We received 5 planning study applications totaling a request of $680,000. And we also received 14 implementation requests totaling $6.28 million. The applicants virtually presented their projects to NOACA staff in late October through mid-November. And the solicitation and evaluation is conducted in accordance with TLCI policy, of course. Our annual program budget is $2 million. Here are the 5 planning study applicants we received, and I'll briefly go through each. The city of Elyria submitted their Elyria TLCI planning study for $150,000. This would be to evaluate complete street solutions and multimodal transportation and enhancement opportunities in those three areas that are highlighted on the screen. GCRTA submitted for their first last mile connections to transit stations, requesting $100,000. This study would be along GCRTA's Red Line Heavy Rail from the west side Puritas Station to the east side East Cleveland Station. It would also study the Blue and Green Light Rail trunk line, totaling 19 stations in the study. Liverpool Township submitted for their Valley City Business Corridor Study, requesting $150,000. The study would be in their downtown Valley City from Leicester Road to State Route 252, connecting to the park. And it would be to evaluate possible safety measures for pedestrians and cyclists along that corridor. Mentor on the Lake submitted for a multimodal facilities plan, requesting $120,000 to improve bicycle and pedestrian access to amenities while improving safety for vulnerable users. And their study area is outlined there in the yellow. Lastly, for planning studies, we received an application from Solon for their downtown core segment. They requested $160,000 for a study of their downtown core along Aurora Road and Solon Road between Somme Center Road and Ports Parkway. And again, this is to study enhanced pedestrian and cyclist access. As noted, we received 14 implementation projects. So here's the first 7 and the second 7 that we received. As you can see, totaling that $6.28 million. The first one, the City of Bay Village, they submitted for their Cahoon Huntington Safe Passage Connector Trail. They requested about $149,000. This is to construct a 1,022-foot long, 12-foot wide asphalt multi-use trail with high visibility ADA midsection crosswalk, RRFBs, and this would be between the Huntington Reservation and existing trail system in Cahoon Park. So that yellow line in the image there is what they are applying for. The City of Bedford submitted for Viaduct Commons Connector Trail. Their NOACA request is about $437,000. It's for an 1,800-foot long trail, 10-foot wide on the east side of Willis, running southeast from Bedford Commons to their Viaduct Park. This project would need relocation of 4 hydrants, a utility pole, and 50 feet of storm sewer pipe. They would also install 8 new streetlights and some landscaping. The City of Cleveland submitted for Euclid Beach Connector Trail Access Improvement. They're requesting about $317,000. This would be a raised mid-block high visibility crosswalk with a pedestrian refuge island and overhead pedestrian activated beacons with a trail extension. The project would be where that red star is in the image, essentially a crosswalk that would connect to a future Cuyahoga County trail. That the yellow line represents that. The City of Cleveland Heights submitted for their Taylor Road Phase 3. They are requesting $184,000 for this final phase, stretching 2/3 mile south from Meadowbrook Road to the Fairmount Boulevard intersection. It would include advisory bike lanes, crosswalk enhancements, speed humps, and signage. Grand River Village submitted for their Grand River Street restoration. They're requesting about $528,000. This would include a gateway sign at Heisley Road, curb bump outs, sidewalks, street trees along Olivia Street, and pedestrian and bicycle access to a trail there, safety striping on railways, and new crosswalks, banners, and street signs. Lake Trans submitted for Vine Street Corridor Streetscaping Phase 1. They're requesting $1.5 million for improvements along the corridor of Vine Street within the cities of Eastlake, Willowick, and Willoughby. These enhancements would include landscaping, sidewalks, and curb lamps. The City of Lorraine submitted for their Sunset Pier Park Trailhead. They are requesting $500,000. And this would be installation of a paved parking area with some ADA parking spaces. And it would connect to a sidewalk. And the area outlined in the red line is what they are applying for. The City of North Olmsted submitted for Lorraine Road Multi-Use Connector. They are requesting $953,000 for this 0.85 mile, 10-foot wide multi-use path along the north side of Lorraine Road from Stearns to Porter. And it's represented with that green hash marked line. The City of North Royalton submitted for their State Road Sidewalk, Turnpike Bridge to Valley Parkway. They are requesting about $216,000 for an installation of 460 linear feet of 5-foot wide sidewalk along the western side of State Road, beginning at the southern end of that Ohio Turnpike Bridge and extending south to Valley Parkway. The City of Painesville submitted for their Main Street Safety Streetscape Enhancement Project. They are requesting $375,000. The project includes crosswalk enhancements, reconfiguration of intersections and curb bump outs on East Main Street from State to Mill. This section represented in that red line. The City of Parma Heights submitted for West 130th Street Corridor Streetscape Transit Waiting Enhancement Project. They're requesting about $361,000 to replace areas of 4-foot wide sidewalks with 6-foot wide sidewalks, enhanced high visibility crosswalks, and transit waiting environments with stamped concrete and some pedestrian amenities. The City of Richmond Heights submitted their Chardon Road Corridor Project. They're requesting $310,000 for improvements on Chardon Road East Corridor between the Chardon View Slip Lane and Cuyahoga County line. They'll remove one dual span wire signal at the Brush Road intersection and add ADA compliant high visibility crosswalks. They'll also add lane buffers and new striping to reduce the lane widths on Brush. The City of Rocky River submitted for Center Ridge East Gateway Project. Their request is $300,000 for improvements along Center Ridge Road from Blinden Road to Worcester Road, including reduced paving areas, reconfiguring entrances, and a possible center median. Lastly, for implementation projects, we have Shaker Heights. They submitted for their Lee Road Complete Street project. They're requesting $150,000. This is part of a larger Lee Road action plan. This section would include improvements south of Van Aken, including pedestrian amenities, lighting, sidewalks, wayfinding, and streetscaping. Next steps, input received from councils will be included in the staff evaluation of the projects. Staff will present recommendations to the Planning and Programming Committee in January, and then the board is expected to make their recommendations in March. That's all. Thank you.
Does anybody have any questions on this presentation? Next up, we have an update on the Lorraine East 28th Street Corridor TLCI study. Speaking is Rob Olhorn.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Rob Woolhorn. It's appropriate that I'm following up Leah on the TLCI presentation because now you get to see what it looks like in the middle of a TLCI study. No actions required. At the previous meeting of this council in August, Dr. Margaracci presented the existing conditions phase of the study. I will briefly review key points of that first phase and proceed with further analysis and project alternatives that developed since phase 1. Our project goals include improving traffic safety, improving livability, encouraging development of vacant sites, and growing community vitality through economic, social, and cultural growth. Here you see an example of a complete street intended to enhance safety and serve all road users and all modes of travel. Example components here are a high visibility crosswalk, a high intensity activated crosswalk beacon, bike lanes protected by bollards, a pedestrian refuge island, and landscaped sidewalk buffers. The study area includes a 2 1/3 mile corridor of East 28th Street and South Lorraine, for which a road redesign is being developed, plus a half mile surrounding the corridor for contextual analysis. The project consists of 4 phases, the first of which, data collection and existing conditions analysis, is complete, and the second, alternatives development phase, will be presented to the public after the holidays. In the first phase, we collected a lot of data on the study area that would help us examine existing conditions and create recommendations for improvements based on local needs and context. Among the data we collected were crash locations and severities to determine segments or intersections that may require special attention. Of special concern are sites of pedestrian crashes, as while relatively rare, they are more commonly severe. As can be seen here, there was a serious injury crash and a fatal crash on the study corridor during the time period analyzed. There were 3 other serious injury crashes off the corridor within the study area. We looked at how people use the corridor to travel using every travel mode. Here we show information on transit service. The corridor is served by 2 Lorain County transit lines with only a few buses per day on each. We found no bus crashes on the corridor during the period analyzed, but there were a handful within the study area. However, most of them were school bus crashes, not Lorain County transit crashes, which only one of them is possibly a Lorain County transit crash, and we are not entirely sure. There's not enough information in the data to conclude that conclusively. NOACA uses a level of traffic stress scale to rate roadway segments on how stressful they are to ride a bike on. Due to low traffic volumes, most of the East 28th corridor is deemed to have an LTS level of 2, being comfortable for most adult cyclists. The segments on the east and west ends of the corridor, however, are more stressful to traverse, deterring cyclists from coming from the east or west from using cycling as a mode of choice to access amenities on the corridor. In June, we brought our phase 1 findings to the community, along with examples of complete street elements that might be solutions to concerns they have. Community members helped to fill in the gaps of our existing conditions assessment with local knowledge and provided input regarding particular areas of concern that might not have been flagged from our data analysis. Currently, we're nearing the end of phase 2, where we ran a deeper analysis of the collected data informed by community input, collected our own traffic data to refine the analyses, and developed design alternatives to advance the project goals given all the particulars of the local context. We added locations in the study area in NOACA's annual traffic count program to bolster or improve analyses we'd completed using older counts. We also were able to capture speed data on key road segments to provide concrete information where we previously had less reliable estimates. We picked locations to target based on crash data analysis and further refined our predicted crash analysis using updated traffic data we collected, feeding the updated data into AASHTO's predicted crash analysis model. This provides a data-driven method to determine street segments and intersections deserving of special attention. Here are the results of an analysis from Ohio Department of Transportation's Traffic Operations Assessment Systems Tool, or TOAST. Which creates a score for how well a segment of road functions based on several metrics. East 28th Street has overall scores in the low to mid 70% range, with the eastbound performing slightly higher than westbound. This indicates good overall function with some room for improvement. Of the categories of metrics in the TOAST score, safety has the lowest composite score for the corridor. The lowest overall metric score is incident clearance, which is clearly tied to the crash incidents dragging down the safety scores. Putting this information together, it's clear that reducing crashes and improving safety would be the best way to improve the TOAST score and the holistic function of the corridor. Putting all the data collection and analysis together, we've developed project alternatives. Here on the left, you can see the existing configurations present on the western and eastern segments of the corridor as the configuration changes at Fulton. On the right, we show a minimalist alternative, keeping the existing car and parking lane configurations, but slimming the lanes down to make room for bike lanes. If we implement a road diet and reduce the 4 travel lanes to 2 travel lanes with a 2-way left turn lane, many more design options open up. The alternatives we've developed intend to outline what is possible, safe, and effective for segments and intersections on the corridor. In January, we'll bring the results to the community for input. Then, armed with community input, we'll go into phase 3, narrowing the alternatives down to recommendations for the final report. Just west of Fulton is a railroad bridge serving an active rail yard on the industrial site that dominates the area north of the corridor. The bridge presents a significant barrier for cyclists and especially pedestrians. The lighting and infrastructure conditions present safety hazards, but much of the barrier effect is psychological, with slopes to traverse through the underpass and an inability to see what's on the other side, as well as just an overall sense of being uninviting. Thus, part of our exploration of alternatives includes ways to brighten and beautify the bridge to make it more pleasant to travel from one side of the corridor to the other. During stakeholder and public meetings, we heard repeated concerns about safety at the East 28th Street and Pearl Avenue intersection. These concerns were backed up by our crash analysis, and the section of Pearl south of East 28th is a business district targeted for revitalization in Lorraine's recently completed Southside Gateway plan. Improving safety and getting the right feel on the streetscape is especially important here. Here you can see the existing configuration along with some alternative bike lane configurations with a median turn lane and different forms of hardening to slow down drivers turning left. The 2-way cycle track shown in 2 of these alternatives has the benefit of keeping cyclists away from the driveway and freight vehicle heavy northern side of the road, also providing a parking lane buffer for cyclists traveling in both directions. Drivers turning left are likely not to predict a cyclist traveling at the same speed, at speed in the same direction as them on the far right, on the far side of the road, which presents a challenge for this configuration. We show stop signs for cyclists traveling in that direction, the counterflow direction, to minimize the risk of such a scenario. We also show other methods for minimizing such conflicts, including bumps in the road on the top right that are shown to lead drivers to turn with a smaller radius, leading them to slow down more than they would otherwise. When you step out of the building, you can notice that there's an example of this, including not just bumps in the road, but bollards that the city of Cleveland has installed out on Superior Avenue and intersecting roads. We also show a raised cycle track on the bottom right, combined with a raised crosswalk, which compels drivers to slow down prior to crossing the cycle track, providing a cue as well as extra time to notice an approaching cyclist, as well as pedestrians. We will present our alternatives and their pros and cons at a public meeting in January, and with community input, we'll develop a set of recommendations for the final report. And then we'll bring all that back to you as we go. Thank you very much.
Does anybody have,
Just because I happen to live in Lorraine County, I saw in the paper this morning that that steel mill on the north side may be ramping up production again. So just something to keep in mind, potential freight traffic or whatever.
Yep, that probably bolsters the idea of the two-way cycle track on the southern side of the street, which we were already thinking that that might be a good idea, even with the limited freight traffic that there is. Thank you.
are there any other questions on this presentation? Thank you, Mr. Olhorn.
Thank you.
Are there any reports or new updates? Is there any old business? Under new business, I understand we have an update on I-71 from Lori Adams.
Yes. So Lori is NOACA's project manager on this particular study. She is a contractor through DGL Engineering. Lori has been embedded into the project team, and so she is working with the consultant, HDR, that is NOACA's consultant, as well as partnering with ODOT on the entire study. So I will turn it over to Lori. We're getting that up. Let me ask a question. How many are you familiar with the I-71 study that I'm referring to? Okay, a few of you. How many of you either knew or attended the public meetings we had yesterday and the day before? Jacob, I didn't. Yes, okay. Yes. Okay.
PowerPoint or the PDF? PowerPoint, okay. You open the PowerPoint.
then you can use these to pull.
Okay. Thank you.
One second. Oh, it's available on YouTube.
Thank you. As Grace said, my name's Lori Adams. I'm with DGL Consulting Engineers, and we are managing the project for NOACA. We've been working on this project since summer, but we just had 2 public meetings. So I'm here to give you a little information about what we've done so far and about those meetings. So the purpose is that we're doing a regional transportation study that centers around the I-71 corridor as it passes through Brunswick, Strongsville, and North Royalton. And this study is going to investigate how to improve mobility, connectivity, and safety for all users. So here's the study area. The study area is bounded by Center Road, State Route 303 on the south, Pearl Road, US 42 on the north and on the west, and West 130th Street on the east. So we talked about this a little last night and when Grace did as well, when she did her introductions. But there's been a lot of studies along I-71, and that's probably one of the biggest things that people grumbled about was we keep doing this and we keep doing this and we keep doing this and nothing ever happens. So people are excited about this study and hoping that what comes of it actually comes to fruition because they're frustrated out there. So you can see this goes back to 1984. I believe this shows, I think, 14 or 17 studies since that time. So here we are in the project schedule. This is a project that was mandated in the legislation, and it needs to be completed by the end of next year, so the end of 2026. And the red line is where we are today, and that was the 2 public meetings the last 2 days. And so the next step is to collect all the comments by December 19th and then move forward with developing the concepts and the feasible alternatives. So this is part of the public presentation that was given last night. And this was prepared by HDR, who is the consultant that was hired by NOACA to complete the study. So the first thing they looked at were crash issues and identified areas of concern. This is a little hard to read, but this shows the number of crashes in a bar chart, vertical bars. So it kind of looks like walls. You can see where the heaviest areas of concern are for crashes. And as we expected, they are along the commercial corridors and heavily traveled intersections. So there were 2,175 crashes between 2022 and 2024 in this area, primarily concentrated on I-71 itself. 303 had a lot. State Route 82 also was very high, as was US 42. But some of these corridors are pretty long, so you can imagine that there are a lot of crashes, but they're long corridors. We averaged about 23.4% fatal and injuries. There was only 1 fatal that was on State Route 82. I think that was in 2023. But primarily they're rear end crashes and left turn and angle crashes at intersections. So HDR identified areas of concern, and these are highlighted in this map, and I'll show you a little bit closer pictures of those. State Route 82 at I-71. One thing I can tell you is that this data all came from traffic counts that were collected either by NOACA or ODOT or the consultant or other consultants. They prepared a traffic model and started to look at this stuff. And when we didn't quite see what people expect to see out there, the model wasn't showing that. They went and did drone photography during certain periods of the day. They also went up in helicopters to try to learn what was really happening out there. But The I-71-82 interchange is a concern. Things back up considerably. This is at 5:30 in the evening, I believe, on a Tuesday. Of particular interest is Howe Road and State Route 82. This is probably one of the biggest areas where we see the most congestion and the most crashes. These pictures show quite a bit of traffic using the intersections. And one of the things that was shared last night was that sometimes only a couple cars can get out of Howe Road on either side to make left-hand turns. The Howe Road corridor is an area of concern. There's a lane drop there. It goes down to 2 lanes. Anytime there's a school bus or a trash truck or an Amazon delivery truck, it blocks everything, and you see the kind of traffic that you see right now in that photo. 42 and 82 are also heavy traffic, especially during peak hours. West 130th and State Route 82, also heavy congestion during peak hours. I-71 and the State Route 303 area, again, a commercial corridor, heavy congestion during peak hours. And the I-71 US 42 interchange. There's some work going on there. ODOT's putting in a signal that's supposed to open very soon here that should help alleviate some of the congestion on one of the off-ramps. And 130th and Grafton Road is also an area of concern. Grafton Road seems to be heavily traveled as people are avoiding 303 and 82. Grafton and Carpenter Road, another area of concern. There are turn lanes there, but there are no protected turns there. And Drake Road and Hunt Road. Again, all these areas, heavy congestion, especially in the peak hours. So as I mentioned, there was current traffic counts. We looked at 2050 forecasts. The HDR is using Transmodeler to analyze all the traffic. There were drone videos taken. These were supported by some of ODOT's cameras, their normal cameras. And when the results weren't seen that they hoped for, that ODOT took a helicopter up and got even more video. So there's plenty of information out there if anybody has any specifics they'd like to see. We've got pictures, we've got video of just about everything. This is a quick slide that shows level of service and what it means. The people at the public meeting don't always understand what levels of service are. So this was intended to help them understand the amount of traffic and the congestion that they would see, and also to help them understand that in an urban area, the level of service of D is what is acceptable. And that what was shared last night was that's not acceptable for your child when they go to school, but that is acceptable in the things that we do in an urban setting. So this is a little hard to read. I did bring some boards, one set of the boards from last night that can stay here in the NOACA office for people to look at closer. But these show the intersection levels of service in 2025 for AM and PM. There were some areas of concern. There's a lot of Ds. There was a lot of As to Cs, which was a little surprising. So then when they looked at future traffic conditions, you can see that they're starting to get some more brighter colors. And so you can see that things are starting to deteriorate. Another thing that we learned was that the number one problem in the area is State Route 82 and Howe, and that 35% of the travel delays are in this state route for the study area are just in this 82 corridor. So trying to find ways to solve the 82 corridor has surfaced as maybe the most important piece here. So just to share last night, there was 2 public meetings. I'm going to go back and see if I thought I had a slide. the first meeting was on Wednesday and we met at the Strongsville Recreation Center. The decision was made after having some stakeholder advisory group meetings here that that we would have there would be a meeting in each community, one in Brunswick, one in Strongsville, because the communities are very strong in their opinions, and we wanted each of them to be able to come and voice their opinion without feeling that another was getting the spotlight. So the meeting in Strongsville was at their community rec center, and we had about 150 attendees at that. And a lot of good comments came out of it, a lot of good questions about, or positions of, hey, this is what I experience every day, which is what the consultant is looking for. The second night, which was last night, they met at the Brunswick Community Center. That's about a room that's half the size of Strongsville, but they had 170 attendees. They were expecting maybe 50 to 75. So the Brunswick people far exceeded, came out in a larger number than what was expected. Also a great night of comments, and a lot of the people, there was people that were there both nights because they wanted to hear each side. They wanted to make sure that, I suppose, that there wasn't something being said in one place and not the other, or just to hear what the questions were from the other community. So really the next steps are that we are waiting for public comments, and that will take until December 19th. That's the end of the comment period. NOACA is collecting comments through their through their email. This presentation that was presented last night, along with all of the exhibits and boards, are on NOACA's website, so you can find them there. And then once that information all comes back, HDR will digest all the input. We'll continue to have stakeholder meetings as this moves forward and as we look at conceptual alternatives. It was stated at the meeting by Grace and several others that this was a clean slate. No, there are no preconceived projects. There are no preconceived notions as to how this stuff will get solved. And I think people were very pleasantly surprised to hear that. And that's why they were so willing to share, because they feel that something's actually going to happen now. So in the spring, probably in May, there's going to be another public meeting. I don't know if there'll be one combined one or two yet, but that's where we'll start to talk about alternatives and evaluation of those alternatives and what could be possibly funded and move forward. So here's the information on the website and how to send any comments to NOACA. And that's all I have. Thank you.
One question, the feedback you received from residents regarding the delays they experience, how is that matched up so far with the capacity analysis that's been performed?
I would say the capacity analysis right now looks a little better than what people talked about. But then people also admitted that it's not that yes, there's really bad congestion some days and some days it's not. Sometimes it just depends on a 10-minute window. You leave 10 minutes later than you did before and you experience the big congestion. There were people that were adamant that it's always that bad all the time. There were people that were like, yeah, sometimes. But in general, I think people were very willing to share and got a lot of good feedback.
Are there any other questions on this update? Thank you, Ms.
All right,
Adams.
thank you.
Barring any other new business, can I have a motion to adjourn? Second. All in favor? The meeting is adjourned.